I have your attention, please. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Warrants to purchase Class A.
Welcome to
Common
Views from
stock.
the East Network. I'm with my mentor. Sorry about that.
Primary offering of
Something playing in the
27.4
background.
million shares of
But
Class A common
as
stock
promised,
issuable upon
we are here
exercise of warrants. That's November
to start day trading live to show you guys, the possibilities behind day trading and just trading stocks in general. Again, I have my mentor here with me, Jimmy. Your mic is good. You can hear me?
My mic is good, man. Ready to go.
Perfect. So before we even start, man, I want to thank you for even taking out the time to come and do this with me, because obviously you're the one who taught me. So I felt it was crucial to have you here because you can definitely explain this much better than I ever can. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Hey, man. All welcome, man. People that look like me that can know how to flip their money. That's all I'm about, man.
Absolutely.
You could turn $100 into 1,000. I'm all for it, man.
He's not lying, guys. That's just the smallest possibility.
Smallest, man. 100 into 1,000. That's all I'm about, man. It would just multiply.
All right. So basically, again, he's the expert. I can say that I have a good handle on things, but I'm still learning daily. So I'm gonna let him take the lead. As you can see, he's sharing his screen. He's gonna take us through his morning processes, and then we'll get right to it. So can you kind of explain what you're doing right now to kind of get the day started?
Yeah, man, I'll definitely. But before we start, man, I just want to say, expert, far from it, man. It's always a learning curve, always, bro.
Yeah.
It's just like if you don't put yourself in that position to know every day you're gonna learn something new and go at it like you're an expert, you're gonna lose, man. You're gonna go down the drain for sure. So it's like every day I see myself as a student, like brand new, just approaching everything like brand new every day. But yeah, so what we're doing today is we're looking for the possibility of seeing what's gonna uptrend, and by scanning to all sectors, all of public companies to see which one we're gonna go after today. And that's pretty much what we do, man. We look for the lowest price and buy low and sell high.
That's it, right?
That's it.
And it's so funny. It's like, I think I speak for a lot of people. It's just, we always assumed it was something so complex. I mean, it is complex. Let's not get it twisted. And this is what I mean by expert, because you have over a decade of experience. Obviously, you know how to navigate, and you're able to identify potential, stocks that are going to increase in value and things like that. So, someone like me back in the day, if I hear anything stock market, I'm like, I can't afford that. That's too expensive, because the first thing that comes to mind is Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and you look at how much those shares cost, and you're like, in order for me to make a significant, anything, I would have to start with a lot of money. And that was the misconception. And I think that's a lot of what holds a lot of people back.
It's even the idea of retirement, it's just like when you hear stocks, you think of your retirement, which is like years later, till you're like 64, 65. And that's what's confused people with trading and investing, because they don't know that their 401k is actually being invested into the stock market as well. So that's the confusion. When you tell people about stocks, they automatically think of those big companies like that.
Yeah.
They think that's what we're gonna go after. In reality, man, there's big competition, man.
Yeah.
Big competition.
Yeah. So, And again, and like I always say, you've reached out to me multiple times throughout your career, your journey. Um, and once you really got to me and was like, hey, there's something called penny stocks, which again I don't think a lot of people are aware of. Penny stocks is, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to try to make you proud here. Is stocks that are $5 or less, right? So
Yep.
anything $5 or below is going to be considered a penny stock.
Some people
um
could even go high as 10, like $10 or less.
mhm.
And then they call them penny stocks. But yeah, man, that's where the beauty is, man.
Believe me, man, I was, once you showed me that one time and I've seen it and then I've experienced it, it was just like, what the hell, but what you don't know is what you don't know. And,
Exactly, man.
but, once you figure it out, because look what you have on the screen right now. We're looking at something as low as what is it right now?
67 cents.
Anybody can afford that. We
Anybody, bro.
we spend what we spend in a day when you go to work and you're buying lunch, you're buying
Mm-hmm.
breakfast, you're buying lunch, you're doing all that, you're spending at least 20-30 bucks.
Very true.
You're looking at a stock right now that's 67 cents with a potential upside. As you can see, it had a high, where is it, of 73 cents. Now, you know, explaining all of that, how that, because they're like, that's such a small gap, right? I guess we'll get into that later on. But yeah, man, just huge potential, man. I think that was the eye opener for me, realizing that there's other companies that are affordable that you can trade, that you can invest in.
Yep.
Um, Once I got past that, I'm like, wait a minute. It's not only Amazon. It's not only companies like that. There's companies that are public companies that are $5, $4, $3, $1. Like you said, 6, 7, 8, and that you can get into because let's say a stock is $5 and you had $5,000 you wanted to invest. That's 1,000 shares. And once I wrapped my brain around that, and it's like, okay, that same stock that's $5 goes up to 10. Now that that 5,000 that I put in there is now worth 10,000, so I've made a $5,000 profit. Um, and again, speaking specifically to penny stocks, that's what again, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to make you proud here. It has the highest what is it, volatility. I don't
Yeah.
want to butcher this word, but basically, it's what goes up significantly really fast, right? So the notion that I've had, and I'll speak for myself, and I think I can speak for others, is like, oh, we put the money in here now, and it'll take months, years for it to really grow. When in all reality, you have companies on a daily basis, again, that'll start at $1, and if there's some great news, there's some good volume behind it, that dollar can turn into $4 in one day, in an hour, 5 hours, give or take, and you're immediately making profit.
Very true, man. And the best part about it is freedom. It comes with that as well.
Oh
So
yeah.
I have on my screen this stocks, right? That was like one of my client. Same thing you were saying is just you spent $20 at lunch, right? So he bought for $20, 1,000 shares for $20, right? He made $10,000 with that $20 with this stock right there we're looking at.
That's crazy. Because
Yeah.
if you tell me something like that, if I don't have this chart in front of me, and you tell me something like that, I might call bullshit. I might
Yeah,
say,
it's right there, bro. He's like, you know what, man? I've been listening to you just like you. It's like I've been telling, and then he's like, you know what, man? Let me put $20 in there, and
mhm,
he ended up with 10K. I mean, almost like 10K, 949. So it's just like you're looking at $20 that turn into that significant amount. It's an eye opener, It's just like holy shit, bro. It's happening, like,
yeah,
and I can never forget this stock right there, ALPP, man. It's like
that's what did
ingrained in
it.
my brain because it's just like $20 to 10K. It's just like
And
it
and
doesn't
that's
it
and
doesn't
that's
get
and
any
that's what
better
did
than
it.
this.
No, absolutely. Like I said, it took my first few trades wasn't even that crazy. I think the fact that I think I pulled in like $800, and I was like, wait a minute, no way. I was like, I said, this looks good, right? It's on the screen. I feel good about it, but can I actually withdraw the cash? right? So there's still, even though there was like success, there was still skepticism. Like, yo, is this real? Can I really withdraw it? Can I really? And at the time, I had a cash account, so of course, I had to wait 2 days for everything to settle. But then I saw, I was like, man, I only put like $300 in here. Now it's 1,100, and I'm able to really withdraw 1,100.
Yeah,
So
man.
it took that one little success. So it doesn't even, for me, it didn't have to be the 20. Now, believe me, if it was 20K, I definitely would have probably reacted more aggressively. However, that's all it took for me to say I'm all in. Let me liquidate some assets. Let me get some cash in here, because I realized, obviously the more capital you have in here, the better. But the key thing is I started with 300, and I think that's the most important part for people to understand, and having patience. Because I think when
Yeah,
you,
that's a big one because going through that process right here is just scanning for stocks. Sometimes, you could come up a day where it's just dry, and
yeah,
that's okay. You just
like,
sit there and watch, man. And I always tell people like one of my mentors where he always says the best trade is no trade at all. So it's okay
mhm.
if you go a day and you can't find something good and you just wake up the next day and do it again.
No, absolutely, man. I mean, like I said, it just took me the one time. Obviously, I've had bigger wins since that point.
But
Um,
you got to tell that story again, man, because that was a big. I think that would probably wake up a lot of people, man, to know the
the
possibility of almost making $270,000 in a
mm,
day.
not yet. If you could pull it up for me, the DWAC warrant, I'll never forget it. DWACW. You don't even need to. I'll never, I'll never forget it. Right. So I mean, where is it at now? Matter of fact, that's hilarious. What is that? Five something.
Five.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there we
you
go,
already
man.
see it. You already see it all the way back there. So basically, the story he's referencing is, and this is crazy. I already started investing in the stock market. This is me like really rookie. Testing the waters, trying to implement the fundamentals that Jimmy gave me. Try to identify things and try to learn for myself. Right. So this stock here, I believe Trump announced, he was going to create his own social media account. Right.
Right here, partner Trump. This is the
Right.
news right there.
That's the news right there. What's that, in
Yeah.
November?
Merger partner Trump Media.
Right. Look, and crazy. So now I'm like, so I wake up this morning and I'm like, all right, what should I invest in today? And I was looking at two stocks. I was looking at this one here, and I was looking at some other pharmaceutical company, both around the same price. And I didn't tell you this part as well. But I think DWAC was at like 171 at this time. I'll never forget any details. 7:21 in the morning. I'm making my daughter breakfast for school. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this other stock that's $1.31. So that was also another part that played into my decision, because it was both like my own personal feelings towards Trump. Not that I hate the guy or anything, but I'm like, no one really messes with Trump. So this is not going to really do anything. But on the other side of my bread, I'm like, social media. I'm like, well, there's Facebook, there's Twitter, all of these companies, and they turned out to be something really big. But again, I'm like, no one's really messing with Trump. So now, on three different occasions, within between 7:30 to 8 a.m., I said, you know what? Let me place this order to buy, I don't know how many shares I was trying to buy, maybe like 2,000 shares or something like that. And I
Yeah,
said, you know
because it was
what?
very low. Yeah.
So I said, let me just take a small, let me just do 2,000. Let me put it in there. I put the whole order in, and my hand was just on the trigger to hit send order. And I said, you know what? No. 10 minutes later, I went back. I said, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I said, you know what? No. Third time, I go back in there and I said, I'm going to do it. And I go, you know what, man? Let me go with this other stock, because one, it's cheaper. It's 40 cents cheaper. So I'm going to be able to get more shares. So that's where the greed kicked in.
Yeah.
And then also, this stock the last 2 days has been going up slowly but steady. So I'm just thinking, let me make a quick profit. I did understand that you can make a ton of money off the stock market, but I just didn't think it was going to be that day. I thought maybe if anything, it goes up 50 cents a dollar. It's not so bad. Sure, it's an opportunity I missed. But that same day, from 171, it's like now it's like 9 in the morning. This thing is up to like $3. I'm like, damn, missed opportunity. In the trade that I took, I'm down $100. An hour later, this stock is now at like 7. Now the stock is at $13. And me, I'm sitting there frustrated. I'm heated because now, 2,000 times what? Basically, let's say $12. We're talking about $24,000 on the table right there.
Right there. Yeah. Yeah.
And the thing that was killing me more because I kept on pulling out my calculator and I'm like, oh man, I could have made $24,000. What a crazy situation. So, I get frustrated. I sell the other stock because I'm down like 1,000 on it. I'm like, let me get out of here. This is not doing anything for me. And then, it gets to the 13. It dips back down to $5. So now in my head, this actually was another opportunity for me to buy it at $5. But I said, you know what? This thing went up as high as 13. It started off at $1.70. Like, I don't want to get into this now because if it keeps dropping lower, I'm going to lose more money. I let it go. I come back. I check an hour later. This thing is back up to 13, then to 16, then to 20, then to 28. Then it basically ended that day at like $36. So within that one day, I don't have a calculator near me, but we can imagine if you want to grab a calculator, just do 2,000 shares times what? I don't know. Let's just say $34. I had the opportunity 3 times.
That was like 68,000, almost like $70,000.
So now, and to be honest, I say 2,000 shares, but in reality, I think I wanted to do 3,000. I think I kept on putting in 3,000. I don't know. So then I'm like, okay, damn, this sucks. You can imagine I'm at work. I'm frustrated. I don't want to talk to nobody. I'm the nicest guy in the world, but my mood was just zero. Like, don't talk to me. I don't care. Like, even, my wife was like, hey, babe. I'm like, babe, whatever. I can't talk right now. She's like, what the hell did I do? So the next day I wake up and, I'm like, I missed it. But, one thing that we spoke about that you taught, that you was telling me is like, the mental aspect of this is like being able to, walk away from a trade and, and I didn't even take the trade, but just, being able to start the day fresh. I go back and I look at the same stock. Right. And one day later, I'm thinking, okay, it dipped down. It's no longer at 30 something. It's probably cooling off. Nope. I come back. It's at 40, then 50, then 60. And as you guys can see on the screen here, it went all the way to $79.22 within 24 hours. And it did that, if I'm not mistaken, it did that before 12 o'clock. It hit that $79 before 12. So again, let's take that calculator. I said it was what, 171? Let's just remove that. Let's just say 3,000 shares times $77.
Yeah, that's like almost $200,000 and more.
You could imagine my frustration. I didn't even take a trade. I was just annoyed at the fact that I let the opportunity go by because I had my hand on the trigger 3 times.
Three times, man. That's the worst feeling ever.
and obviously I was taking a lot of negative from it, things like that. But once I, got calm and started to control my emotions, I started taking the positive out of there as well. So, that little situation taught me a lot in that one day. I'm the nicest guy in the world, but I wanted to punch a hole through a wall, because that, and again, I was like, it would have been such a great story to come back and tell you because, I was only a few months in. So to be able to come back and, tell my mentor, like, yo, man, I just made $252,000. That would have been like the craziest. I probably would have left my job on the spot. As much as I love my job, I probably would have just left. But then, the crazy thing is the very next day, like I was telling you, Fun, and I'm going to do this a lot, guys. The company is not called Fun. Well, it is called Funware, right? But each company has like these tickers, which is like these letters that abbreviate the company's name. But like if it forms some sort of word, I'm going to try to make it a word. But basically, this company here, and that's crazy that it pulls up. So this was the very next day after this huge loss, and I was feeling down, but I said, you know what, I have to start brand new. And I saw that this company, it was buzzing because of what happened with the other company, because they also had a relationship with Trump. So I said, you know what, let me do my research. Like, what's the volume looking like? What's the float looking like? what's the sentiment? Let me
Yeah,
go
right
look
here,
at the news,
Donald Trump news and all that stuff.
which is
Launches new apps.
yeah, which is crazy to me. And because this company was associated with his app that he was using during his elections, everyone just automatically assumed this is what's going to happen. So I said I have to jump on this opportunity. I bought like about 980 shares at like 580. It dipped down like 20 cents. And I probably bought into the stock like maybe around 9 in the morning, give or take. Let's just say by the time it was 9:50, maybe 10 o'clock, this high that you guys see on here of $24, um, I was there for that. And I was actually in the trade this time. And I came away with $18,000 in like 30 minutes.
But
Um,
come to not to cut you off, but
no,
this is the difference between trading and investing.
mhm.
Like if you look at the chart, you see it come right back down. So you're
Yep.
not investing, you're trading, meaning like you're collecting from the
CPI group
buy
is
from
on
low
the
and sell high, and that's it.
It's definitely the difference. I think what a lot of people, and that is a huge misconception, because again, guys, when I'm giving you this example, I'm buying and selling within the same day. Not even an hour has passed. So this is not something that I bought and I waited a week, a month, a year for it to increase this much. This was just movement in one single day. Um, and I didn't catch it at that peak of 24. I think I got it at $18 or something like that, but it still doesn't change the fact that I came away with $18,000 after making I
That
believe it
is
was like a
sweet, man.
$5,000 investment. So and of course the craziest thing about that situation is I had work later that day. So could you imagine making 18,000 in like 30 minutes, in your boxers? And now I'm like getting ready to go to work, for 8 hours and obviously no one is making $18,000 in a day of 8 hours of work. Executives maybe, but not us regular folks. So that
Yeah, usually that's a whole year's salary for some people, man. So that's a lot. That's a
man.
lot of money, man.
So it took like I said, it was just that first little gain. Of course, watching you in real time and learning from you, but also getting my small success, because it wasn't always, it's not always common like that. Like my first few wins, like I said, was $300 here, $400 there, 700 there, 200 there. And the more and more I saw green and green, I'm like, wait a minute. And let's be realistic. How many people make $300-400 in a day for working an 8 hour
Not a
shift?
lot, man.
And
People busting their ass and still can't make that, man.
you
So
can even look at even if you're making 20 an hour, 21 an hour, 22 an hour, do the math.
yeah,
Like
still.
it's still nowhere near that. So I started to register that. And as you can imagine, it became more and more difficult to start rationalizing going to work for 8 hours to make this, when I could possibly make that times even two. Even if I can make what I make in a day just sitting here for 30 minutes, I saved myself 8 hours. Let's be honest, 10 hours, right? Because we got to include the travel time, right? So, and then enjoy the rest of my day,
Yeah, man.
and so
That's freedom right there, man. That's what we call freedom. You just find a way to multiply your money without putting it in a way. It's just you making your money work for you instead of you going to work for money. So
absolutely.
that's the whole idea, man. But yeah, that was a big win, man. That's a lot of people will start to see the possibility of day trading. But we also have to mention the downside of it as well, man. And
Oh,
that's the
absolutely.
mental that comes with it. Like some people will lose a couple times and they want to give up. When in
Absolutely.
reality, it's just putting you in a position to keep learning the
No,
lesson that you need to learn. Because if you have more profit, you're gonna lose a lot more if you don't learn the lesson and the little losses that you're gonna be having. So it's all lessons, man. People are losing like millions of dollars a day. That's mental, man. You can
yes, this
imagine,
is this
man.
is so key, man. And this is another reason why, what I loved about what you did, because sure, it's so easy to be like, this is what you can do, this is what you can make. Look, this is what I've done, this is how I did it. But the key thing was like, what if it's not your day? And, you know, again, going back to that mental fortitude, you know, being strong in your mind. And when you were saying that to me, the thing that's beneficial for me, I guess, is that I've always sort of had that mentality. I've always been like, whatever I'm doing specifically, whether it's trying to start a business or whatever I'm trying to do, you know, whatever ambitious goals I set for myself, I always say there's a risk that it might not work out. There's a risk that, you know, and I have to get my mind around that. So if I'm going to invest in something or if I'm going to do something, I also understand that because obviously this is like one of the oldest things you ever hear, but scared money doesn't make money.
Yeah,
Right.
scam money don't make money at all.
And I've always adapted that concept. So, you know, a lot of people will hesitate and say, it sounds good. I want to do it, but you know, what if it doesn't work out? But that's the point. You got to be willing to take that loss.
Yeah,
you know?
man.
Because if you never take the risk, you're never going to reap any rewards because you're not even taking the chance to do it. So, you know, I've taken some losses as well. Obviously, you know, yes, you know, I've had major gains, right? But I've also had major losses as well. So, my first big loss, I think, was like $4,000. But again, to his point, and honestly, on that trade, I didn't do a very good job of lessening the blow. Like I sort of was like hoping it would go back up and I was letting it drop a little bit. I was going to work. I was doing a whole bunch of nonsense when I could have at least controlled how much I lost in the trade, right? Because that could have just been $1,000 loss, honestly. But obviously in my infancy and my learning process, you know, that was a lesson that I had to learn where it was like, listen, sometimes the trade is not going your way and you just got to walk away from it.
Yeah. It's the
other
ego. Sometimes the ego, we're like, I gotta be right. I made the right decision. But
yeah,
sometimes
no.
you just have to believe that, yo, man, that was wrong. Like, and just move on from it.
And this is very important too. And guys, I'm talking to you because, again,
you experience it, man.
He has far more years, so his tolerance for loss is very different from mine. You know, I want to say I caught up, but I definitely didn't. However, like basically, like there would be days when I first started, if I was down like $300, $400, I would start to panic. You know, it didn't matter what I had in my account or whatever was going on. If I saw that I was down this much, it was over. I was like, I got to get out of here. And then the minute I sell and I come back 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, and I come and see, the price goes right back to where it was and goes even higher. So in that fear, I could have, you know, not only recovered what I have lost, because it's not really, and here's the thing that I really learned, you don't really lose anything until you sell.
That's true.
Right? So even if I was down to $300, if I would have had, what they call this way, diamond hands, right? There's diamond hands and paper hands, right? So, you know, if I would have been a little bit mentally tougher and, I just think I came into it at the beginning not wanting to lose anything. And I think that's how a lot of people come in.
A lot of people coming in. Yep. They don't want to lose.
I just want green days only. I just want to make money every day. But in all reality, sometimes you got to spend money to make money. You're going to lose money and you're going to make money. The key thing is to ensure that you're making way more than what you're losing. Mm-hmm. Right. So, you know, I took that $4,000 hit and obviously this came in like after a few nice wins and, you know, a nice, decent little streak, things like that. So, but still the 4,000 still put me in like a coma. Like, you know, I was like, oh my God, like that's so much money that I lost, you know, and the mental toughness was like, okay, listen, man, like we get it, but you're still positive, you know, because you can look at your account as a whole and they'll tell you what you're up and what you're down. And I was still up tremendously, but still at that time, even still, I wasn't ready to take a $4,000 loss. You know, maybe if it was 1,000, I could have dealt with it. You know, 500, I could have dealt with it. But obviously, the longer I kept on doing this, you know, like I was telling you yesterday, there was a trade that I was in where I was down like 2,500 and I didn't care. Not to say I didn't care about my money per se, but I wasn't phased. Like my heart wasn't racing. I wasn't sweating. I wasn't, you know, because I was willing to lose that money in a sense where it was like, you know what, I know I'm down, but I'm willing to risk it because of the upside, the potential upside. I just jumped in the trade a little too early, right? Because you would imagine if I would have jumped into that trade, maybe, I don't know, 30 minutes later, I would have been up significantly, over time. But long story short, I'm down like about 2,500 or something like that. And I'm like, it's like 10 in the morning. And I said, you know what? I've done this before. So there was a little bit of hoping there as well. But I was like, you know what? This is some good news. This is really, the volume is there. Let's see what happens. I'm already down here. I'm willing to lose that. I said, I think I had a max tolerance for like $3,000. I said, if it hits 3,000, then I'll leave. 10 o'clock goes to 2 p.m. and I'm at work, so I'm checking on it periodically. And by the time it's like 2 p.m., not only did I recover the entire $25,000, but I was up like $30. And I think I left the trade being up $80 because I think when I sold, the price was just spiking up so fast that it closed me out at a higher average. So I ended up positive $80, which of course doesn't sound like
No, that's
life
a
changing
lot
for anybody,
compared to
but
losing
being down,
25.
you know
That's a
what I'm
lot.
saying? So it's you have to be willing. Scared money doesn't make money. I know it sounds cheesy and everything like that, but the more you do this, the longer you do it, your loss tolerance will increase. And I mean, that also just depends on your account size and things like that. So if you only have $1,000 and you see you're down 300, yes, it's going to affect you dramatically because that's 30% of your account. So, I also learned, not to also go all in on trades, putting my whole account into that one trade, because when you're down, the same example, you're down $300 and your account is only $1,000. That's a big chunk,
Big,
so
big, big chunk, man.
and I think it's because I was like, I want to immediately become financially wealthy. I want to go all in, make the biggest investment, and make the biggest outcome of that. Because I've done this as well, where I'm like, you know what, let me just get 1,000 shares. I know this is good, but let me just do 1,000 shares just to be, whatever, just to be on the safe side. It goes down 10 cents. That's $100. That's not going to phase me even in the slightest. This thing shoots up like $3. And in all reality, I probably could have bought thousands of shares, far more.
Right.
But, so it's always going to be a little bit of both, and we're not here to sell you any dreams. This is not, you're going to be rich in one day. It could happen, could have
It
happened to me.
could happen, man.
It could have, it
It
could,
could, it could happen, but
it
you
could.
should come to the game as a learning, because every day you're gonna be learning something, man. But there's times, just like you were saying, there's multiple times where you would catch yourself. The day that you don't buy any trade, I mean any shares, is the day that the stocks even moving up. You know, the
Mhm.
day that you decided, you know what, I'm gonna just get 100 shares, even though you do have the funds to get more, and then that's the day the stocks will go up. And
Yep.
those are all lessons, because if you go back to that trade on a brand new day, you might ended up taking more shares on a company that's going down, because you probably feel like, oh man, I didn't get enough shares yesterday, so let me get shares today, without even thinking like this is a brand new day. It's not what happened yesterday. This is new. So that's a
Yeah.
lot of thing you have to keep in mind. So when you're losing like that, it's because you're doing something that's not disciplined. If you're not disciplining yourself, you're gonna catch yourself in a hole every single time. You might be up 100%, and then next day you're down to negative. So it's all
Yeah.
about disciplining yourself, man. And the more gain you get in, don't lose it. Don't lose that discipline, because after you start gaining so much, you catch yourself having an ego, like I know what I'm doing, like I got this,
Hmm.
and then boom, that's it.
Yeah.
So you can't lose sight of that, man. Discipline.
I wake up every day, even if I feel confident, even if I try to identify like, three or four companies that may potentially have a nice upswing, I still going with the mentality that, I may be wrong.
Yeah.
There's no 100%, sometimes I'm right. Right. And with that also comes to another lesson that I learned is, learn to take profits. Don't let greed determine, how you trade, because I've messed up on trades like that where, like I told you yesterday, I was trading this stock and I was up like $3,000. Um, and I'm like, oh man. And mind you, and I was up $3,000 for like 5 minutes. It wasn't even like it was there and it just dropped down. It was up there for at least 5 minutes. And I was like, you know what? I should take this off the table. But I said, you know what? It's moving up fast. It's doing what it's supposed to do. And I said, I come back, it's at 30, it's at 27, 2,800. I'm like, all right, so, all right, cool. Now it's down to 24. Now it's down to 21. And in this now it's not just greed that's affecting me now. It's more of the emotions now because I'm like, it has to, because I wanted the 3,000. Now I'm like, I should have took the 3,000. And once I put that in my head, I'm like, once it goes back to 3,000, I'm out of here. I'm not going to even take the chance anymore. It never went back up. It just kept on going down. And I think I left the trade. I still left with profit with 1,700, but could have been 3,200. So,
and the funny part is 3,200. Sometimes when you go back to 3,200, you want more.
Yeah,
You're like, I want more, and they'll want more. It's just you really have to set. This is how much I want from this. It's just like you said yesterday. You say you want to make $500 a day.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter where the stock goes as long as you make your 500 a day. That's discipline.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to catch and it's just like, oh man, 500. Oh man, I could make 1,000. Oh yeah, it's you're all over the place now. So there's no discipline happening. So 500 a day, set a goal to say this is how much I want to make.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's how it works, man.
It was so funny, man. It's funny that you say that because there has been times where it has bounced all the way back up for me, and I'm like, but from that first learning experience, and with this thing, I try to learn the lesson once, right? It only takes like, if I'm playing with a dog and it bites me, I know next time not to let that happen, right? I'm gonna move precautiously. So it's definitely happened to me on the next trade where I'm like, oh man, I'm up 1,000. Oh, now it's down to 600. Oh, it's back to 1,000. But now on this occasion, I'm like, it's back to 1,000. There's still that greed where it's like, okay, I'm back, but I want more, just like you said. But now I'm a little different where my hand is on the trigger now. And this is obviously when the market is open. So, that first story where I was up like 3,000, this was pre-market. So it's not as easy to move the shares. But, in this case, I'm up 1,000. So I'm like, if this thing even touches, I think it was at 1,100. I said, if this thing even touches $1,000 again, I'm just going to leave. And there's instances where I do that and I just take profit off of the table. And again, you just have to have that goal. However, I've done that just to watch the stock go up another $2-3 or,
and that's totally fine, man.
Exactly. Not my first time as a rookie trader. I was like, damn, I could have made an extra 2,000.
Could have made that. And that's undisciplined because you're going to catch yourself in the hole every single time, man. I have to learn that lesson over, and I'm still learning it, man.
Yeah, so
when you're like so confident on the plays, it's like, yeah, the pattern is there, and then you want to hold on to it, knowing you already set up your mind to say, this is how much I want from that trade. You made it, and sometimes even more, but you still want more.
Yeah,
and that's when the loss comes.
That's the greed.
That's the greed. Yeah. That's the greed. Man.
So this is where it comes with managing your losses. And I had to learn that after a few trades. Like, sure, I took, not all of them were huge losses, but it was something that I was like, listen, I think the easiest step for what I did to learn was sort of how much money do you make in a day? Like I literally grabbed my pay stub and all that. I'm doing the math. I'm looking at everything. How much money do you make per day? Okay, this is what you make. This is your goal. Let's start small, right? Because of course, obviously you want to grab, if you can grab 1,000 a day, 2,000 a day, 3,000 a day, sure. But I think that's where the greed comes in, and that's where people want to get rich quick. I think that's the get rich quick scheme process, but it's like baby steps. Right now, what are you making daily? That you're able to live the life that you're living now. Like your bills are paid, there's food on the table, the kids are taken care of, the wife is all right. How much money are you making? Let's start with that. Once you can, and obviously that's obviously much lower than 1,000 because I don't make 1,000 a day, right? So that's a much easier goal than obviously now I'm a little bit more ambitious, but at the beginning it was just like, make this much. You know what? Try to do like 600 a day. Try to do 700 a day. Not saying that's what I was making, right? We don't need to
Hmm.
discuss salary, but I'm just saying, I was like, you know what? If I could just do like 500 a day, I'll be all right. You
Yeah, man.
know, and to
Once you
your
set
point,
that goal, man, you just and the best part about being to sit when you actually set up yourself for that kind of win and you know the exact number you want, it usually happen. It's just
yep,
again that ego, that greed, that being not discipline yourself, and then you
yeah,
catch yourself, drifting away from what you said you were gonna do. But if you really set up your mind and follow through, say 500 a day,
yeah.
it will happen, man. You
And
just
I
don't lose track of that idea of that goal that you set.
and I really want to put this into perspective. $500 a day is a lot.
It's a
Like,
lot of money.
I, I think, sure, I've seen much more, and I've seen bigger successes, but there's not a lot of people that make $500 a day. And if that's something that you can even do on the market on a daily basis, that alone is financial freedom, technically speaking,
That is
because,
true.
so then I started saying, okay, once I felt like I was averaging my goal out, because even if I made 1,000 today, 2,000 today, and maybe the next day I made nothing, and maybe, once I averaged it out, I'm like, what did I make per day? By the end of the week, okay, I'm not only am I hitting my goal, but I'm hitting a little higher. This is great. Okay, now, because now I'm thinking, okay, what does my wife and I make per day when we go to work? Right. And this is what I was using to sort of create goals for myself, because what I'm thinking about is financial freedom, not just for myself, obviously, but for my entire family. So, what is it that me and my wife both bring home on a daily basis?
Right?
And then now let me prove that to myself. And then once it went from that, then it was like, okay, now I'm going to start getting a little bit more ambitious, because the more I did it, the more I learned, the more disciplined I became, less greedy I became. And then I also learned it's good to implement a strategy as well, right? Because again, this all depends on account size, but there are ways to make a good amount of cash in lesser time, or not necessarily. Like, when I first started trading, I was always like, man, I need this thing to go up like $10 today or $3 today. But in all reality, if you own enough shares, even if the stock just jumps up, let's say, what's an easy example? Let's say if I just buy 10,000 shares or something and it goes up even 10 cents, I'm already up $1,000,
Yeah.
and to be honest, that's fantastic. Now, the greed in me can say, hey, if $1,000 a day was my goal, it went up 10 cents immediately and it's climbing. There's that $1,000. Take it off the table.
Take it off the table, man.
Now, what
Even
I've got,
even even if you have a lot more shares and you could take out 95% of it or 50% to get your goal set,
yeah,
that's fine. And then
yeah,
you just let the rest, whatever happened to it, just now. And another thing I usually do is if I spend 1,000 and I'm up 1,000, I'll take the $1,000 profit,
hmm
because now I already take out the money that I spent to make to make the profit, and just whatever happened to the rest, it is what it is.
hmm that's funny. I started doing that as well. And same example, like I said, you can have 10,000 shares, you're up 10 cents. But if the stock is moving and it has great momentum, it's only getting higher and higher. But again, what I learned to do this time again is to have my hand on the trigger, right? So it's to protect that goal at all costs. And this is where I was telling you, I started setting up like stop losses. But sometimes I think the one time it didn't go through for me, I was like, I'd rather have my hand on the trigger where I can just hit the sell button myself. So
Hmm.
it's like the 1,000 is secured and it's still rising. So I would also sort of watch that as well. So I'm like, okay, now it's up 20 cents. I'm at 2,000. Now it's up 30 cents. I'm at 3,000. But once, I mean, we'll get into all of this, I guess, hopefully if something shows up. But, once I start seeing there's some resistance or there's some pullback and I'm like, oh, I'm up 3,000. Now in my brain, I'm like, if I lose 10%, again, everyone has their loss management, but I had said, 10 to 12%. So if I was up $3,000 and I noticed this thing dip back down to 2,700, I'm out of there. It took me that one lesson when I was at the 3,200 and I only came home with 17 for me to learn, like, listen, Don't let greed drive you. You know, the fact that you're even 2 times your goal right now, you know, this is more. You've never made $3,000 a day.
Yeah,
You've never done it,
yeah,
and
man.
that's the mental thing.
We don't know a lot of people who make that much money in a day, man. We probably hear about it, but not in our community, like, you know, people we
Hmm.
grew up around. So it's it takes a lot in the mind, man, and it builds the ego to think that, okay, now I'm on the next level, and
Hmm.
that's the mistake you don't want to make,
Yep,
man.
I've made it. So, you
Yeah,
know, I
I've
want to be
made it
very
too, man.
transparent.
You're not
Like
alone, man.
there's success in this, but there's also bad times, and you have to be
Discipline,
able
man.
to
That's the main thing. Like, I'll tell people, discipline yourself, man. If you're not disciplined, then
forget about it.
you're gonna get knocked down.
You're gonna make those emotional trades,
Yeah.
trying to make the money back. You're like you're down 300 on a day. You're trying to find something else to make the money back. I'm not saying you can't do it, but if you just keep making terrible decisions, then it's just more negative, more negative, more
Yeah,
negative.
even the kid I told you who lost 600K was the same thing. He's like, yo, I lost blah 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 that much. I'm trying to recover from it, you know,
Yeah,
and that's the recovering that takes people on the toes. It's like, man, I lost 200 on this, so I'm gonna try to make that 200 back. And the next thing you know, you're down 400 on that one. Oh
hmm,
man, I just lost 600. I gotta make it back. And then if you keep playing that game, yeah, you're gonna drain your account out, man. I've done it, paid the
yeah.
price for it, man,
You know, you just got to go to
multiple
sleep.
times, man.
Yeah, you just got to go to sleep. I learned that. Just go to
Yeah,
sleep. Like, you know
just
what?
walk away, man. Just go do something else.
And honestly, and you know, as I got more and more ambitious, I was like, all right, you know, let's set a new goal. I said, you know, 1,000 a day. But if you're down 1,000, walk away, turn the computer off, go enjoy your day. You know, you
Go do
have to be
something
able to
else,
do
man.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Go do
go
some.
spend time with your
Don't even
family.
look at the stock that took your money, man.
Yeah,
Just don't look at it, because if that thing goes back up, it just that feeling just multiply. Like, you
yeah.
just get it feeling worse and worse and worse, because
Hmm.
now you doubting yourself. You're doing all this extra that, hey man, that's just part of the game. Don't do that. Like, and that's when the
Yeah,
doubt started to happen, and then you go wake up the next day with the same mentality that happened yesterday. You're gonna
mm,
doubt yourself, man. And I think
yeah,
even the trade about you almost that close to make the $200,000 profit
RMED
was,
looks like stock getting a pop here on
it was a mistake
55.
in the emotion
January
that was behind it to say, oh
should be
man,
nice
like,
down up about 9 cents. That's gonna
to
be a
be
pop.
that close to press send and buy the stock, and to
yeah,
know you keep turning your back to it. It's, you could tell it was an emotion behind it that's stopping you from making it happen.
yeah. And a little bit of greed because, like I said, I chased the other stock too because it was cheaper. So I was like, I want to get more shares, more bang for my buck. That
Right.
was also something that played a part into that. And listen, guys, sometimes less is more, man. I rather own 500 shares of something that moves up $10 than 1,000 shares of something that moves up 10 cents. You know, so in that situation, again, I learned so many lessons from that, but that made me what I am today, and how I've progressed, so you have to learn. And again, it's still a learning curve, but obviously I'm not the same, person that I was last year, where I'm just like, uh, lost in the world, and not knowing where to look. Like, you see what my mentor is doing on the screen right now. I know what he's doing. Like, I'm not even, before it was like, what are you doing right now? What's
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
What are you
yeah,
looking at?
yeah,
Yeah, I was blue in the face. Like, hey man, what's this? What are you doing? Why are you drawing that? Like, what's going on?
yeah. The more you put yourself in a position to even look at it without trading, it builds up, like, it almost like it's building a muscle in your brain to
Yeah,
start to get
RMED says
comfortable with
continuing
even
to pop
seeing
here
the
now,
chart, seeing
44 cents.
the green
Moving
and
right with the
red,
book
and
counter
then you start building
on
this
an
pattern
FBA
in your head. Like,
5K series.
it's amazing, man. It's just a
mm,
nonstop. It just never stop, man. Like, right now, I'm looking at this, like, wow, 56 cents. It's about to go to $2.
mm.
That's a good
That's an
possibility
uptrend.
right there. Yeah, like, I'm loving this one.
What just came up on the chart? Also, what we're going to be doing, like, so we're right now, what we're really doing is we're scanning the market for like potential winners, right? So
Yep.
we're just obviously having dialogue while we do that, but that's what we're doing. So, again, patience. You have to have patience. But once
Patience,
we
man.
identify potentials and we, then we'll start discussing strategy and what we want to do. I was actually looking at. I wish there was an easier way to type this up on the screen. Actually, I can. Let me not be lazy. I can. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
there's
have
so
to
much
be.
more coming, man. Today's the first day, and we're just taking it step by step, man. But there's so much more to look at just by looking at the chart and looking at the company, what they about. Because what we're trying to do is just get in and out and move on. And oh, that's a new one you that came up to you.
Yeah. So
Let's see.
what I'll be doing is because I know I can do this. I know you can't do it on your end. So obviously you'll have to. I mean, you're sharing your screen, so we can see what you're looking at in turn. But um, now this I didn't do any type of analysis on this. The reason why I brought this one up here, and this is a ticker, guys, RMED, for I'll tell you what it is, the Raw Medical Systems. That's the name of the company. I just see news on it. So like any type of specific news that I look for, anything like FDA approval, FDA clearance, that's just one type of news. There's other different type of news
Mm-hmm.
catalysts that can boost the stock, but um, I wanted to bring it to your attention as well because that's something that's come up. I don't even know what the volume is. I didn't look at anything yet, which I could do on my phone right now, but it's up 17%. Right, mind you, it's like 7 in the morning, and it's let me see. I mean, it doesn't have much volume behind it anyway. So, guys, there's going to be a lot of terminology that you hear here. And I used to be you where I would have to ask him, what is that? Or what do you mean? Or what are we looking for? If you guys have any questions and things like that, feel free to drop it in and then I'll post it on the screen and he can answer for you at that time. But, 'cause I'm pretty sure someone is like, what is volume? What do you mean there's no volume behind it? Um, so I just want to make sure. Let me get the comment screen ready to go too.
Yeah, the volume pretty much. Yeah, it tells you about. Yeah, look at that drop though that just happened.
I saw it on your screen.
Man,
You saw me
yeah,
look back. I was like,
yeah. I mean, I do love when it's doing that early instead of like when the day started, so you could pay attention to what's happening really when the big drop happening like that and come back up. It give you
mhm,
a little ideas what the stock is really about.
yeah,
But this early, you can't really tell. Even the day before that, you could see like it was a choppy graph. Like you
mhm.
can't make nothing out of that. So
So
there's
what
not
I'll do is, like as things show up for me, at least on my end, because I'm looking at a multitude of different things,
oh
but
yeah,
I'm more
there's
focused.
so many of them popping up right
Look,
now.
look, look. So guys, this is the homework you have to do. So again, we're not here to say it's easy where you just wake up, you choose something, you throw your money in there. There's a lot of things that has to be right for that stock in order for you to make a financial decision. And what you see us doing here, we're not telling you to do it. So if you have your trading account open right now and you're just like, oh, you know what? Let me buy what they're buying. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, we're not giving you financial advice, none of that stuff at all.
We're just taking you through the process. You can watch
But
us
the
take the
volume is
risk.
coming in now, man. They at like 700,000,
That's why it came because I'm like
750.
it's a early, and sometimes when I look at stuff like this, I'm like, the volume isn't there yet, but that doesn't mean that the volume isn't coming. It could just be that I'm one of the first few people, not few, but obviously, the first bunch of people that are seeing the news and seeing the thing, and I have an opportunity. Sometimes it's an opportunity to get in before everyone else. So, but again, looking at that chart, it looks a little, There are things called such as pump and dump, where they'll
Yep.
pump a stock up, and then you're like, oh man, let me jump in here, let me get excited, and then next minute you know, right down the drain it goes, and then you go with it. So there's a lot of steps. I don't think we'll be able to explain every step that we're taking. This is more of a, you guys watch what we're doing. And just because, let's say, if he takes a trade down there, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade as well. It just
Exactly.
depends on. So again, do not do what we're doing. If you're going to do anything, do it at your own risk. Do your own due diligence. But we just kind of want to show you the process.
Yeah, man. The information is out there, so
Yeah. And,
we're here to just guide you, like little steps to get you to exactly where you need to be. But do not, if we show stocks, it's not to buy it. It's not to say, hey, go and spend your money on that. It's not about that at all.
right.
So keep that in mind.
FSHD.
But I'm liking how it's moving, though. It's really picking up.
And it looks like it's finding support.
Yeah, it's like it's 800,000.
Yeah, because I think that the other stuff that's currently on the market has been there. It's those have sort of already been some of the top stocks for the past from last week. So I think people are looking for something fresh to get into. Opposed to just keep on. Now, it doesn't mean they can't touch these other things, but like for example, there was a stock that I was looking at earlier that I was like, especially with the Wade versus Roe versus Wade situation. This company specifically had a solution for that, and they saw a big increase. So obviously, this is probably something that I learned as well. FOMO, FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah, fear of missing out. That's huge. It's
So
about
that
to get a million in volume. It's at 900. So people are buying, man.
Yeah, which is why I'm like, what the hell, So now it's like, now
I mean, 45 cents entrance, I would like. But it's still early to tell. But I would like a 45, like 45 cents.
Entry point at this point, yeah.
Yeah, for me, that's where I would feel comfortable. At 45, I would want it to break that new high that I just created this morning. Like I would want it to pass this.
Yeah.
For me to get in.
And guys, also keep in mind that doesn't mean it's going to happen right now. That can take another hour.
Yeah, it could take throughout the whole day. So this is where I would feel comfortable to even put my money in.
You see, it looks like it's trying to recover right now. Well, see, there's a nice big candle right there. Look at that. So, I mean, damn, they're aggressive on this one, huh? Now you see, we're just sitting here.
They loving the FDA clearance that just happened, man. So they loving it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
TYME, Cyros to raise about $190 million to merge with Time Technologies.
Let's see, they a million in volume so far. So
a million counting. You know what? While I'm also here, let me see what their float is like, because that's another thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they have in the float right now, they have about 31.86 million shares available. So, I mean, there's, just to give you guys context and what that even means, that's just the amount of shares available to the public to trade. So let's say if this company for some reason only had which I rarely run into stocks like that, but let's say if it had 500,000 shares only, and it was already had a volume of 1.2 million, which is the volume is basically the shares being traded right now. That would have meant that the stock is already trading at 2 times its float, which means, which is good. You want a lot of volume. You want something that's moving a lot, because you don't want to get stuck in a trade. You don't want to buy into something and there's barely any movement in there. And when you're trying to get out, it's hard for you to get out. So
Oh, look at that, man. Look at the pattern on this. It's looking
Hmm.
sweet, man.
What's that, like a little bull flag? Is that correct? Is that what it's trying to do? Is that even
Yeah,
accurate?
it's looking lovely. I know some traders who will take the trade right here.
Hmm. Man, I've seen traders take the trade at the 38 cents in the hopes that it goes back up. You see that
No,
hoping?
nah, ain't no hope, man.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't
the
like the
hope.
hope, but it's definitely gonna break the new high, the way it's going. So
Yeah,
45 cents for sure, man. It's yep, volume just came in, so it's just give it that big push.
that 39,000 in volume on your chart. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Oh yeah,
Damn,
it's
1.4.
moving, bro. It's yeah,
Look at me.
it's
I'm like, let me get my hands on my devices. I mean,
look, that's it. It's gonna break the new high right there.
so this is like again, if you guys can't see the ticker, it's
Look,
RMED.
it just did it.
It just broke the high too briefly. It did it real nice.
Yeah, it did it real nice.
Now the question is
At this point right here, right? I wouldn't get it because it's gonna take another dip to come right back again. It's gonna do its thing because usually when they do the breakout like that, they keep going.
yeah,
Most of the time when the breakout happened, it kept going. Yeah, I like what it's doing right now, but still not my entrance. I wouldn't even touch it yet. 45 cents, yes.
yeah, because there's a that wall. It has to break that wall.
Hmm.
Because as soon as it hit the new high, people were collecting profits, as you guys saw. That's why I kept on doing that back
There
and
you
forth,
go.
back and forth.
Yeah, it's doing this thing. So 45 cents, that would be my entrance. Oh, even right there you go, right there. Boom.
Mhm.
I'm in.
He said, "I'm in." I'm crying. Now, guys, this is also having now if the trade doesn't go our way too, this is where you have to manage.
This is right there. But the way this one is going this early like this, plus the pattern, yeah,
RMED, RE Medical
I'm not
shares
freaking
rise
out.
about 50% at the highs to 46 cents on that FDA 510K clearance. Romeo Michael Echo Delta.
We might see 60 cents by the time see that?
There it goes, aggressiveness. And
Yeah,
the
it's
funny thing
aggressive.
too is what it took me a while to understand too is that everyone has different trading platforms, right? Which gives them access to the market at different times as well. So that took me a while to kind of understand that because there's some people that can't trade until 8 in the morning. There's some people that can't trade until market opens. So with that being said, where it's at right now, what time is it right now? Like 7:07. I mean, I would assume most people are up, but people that aren't too serious, I feel like they wake up like around 8, 9, and that's where they start investing and they start. So you can see like another aggressive push. Yeah, this thing is being aggressive.
Yeah, this thing has been really, really aggressive, but I'm loving it though, because it's holding that 45
That's support.
nicely.
Hmm.
46. Yeah, it's already showing the dollar. If you look on the bottom of my screen right here, it just show
The
a
dollar, yeah,
dollar
I
and three
saw it.
cents. We just removed it, but it's going, man. That's it.
And this is beautiful. I want, it's good that
We get to
people see
catch
that.
that right there, recording it. So that's
Hmm.
amazing. So we're gonna see 60 cents soon and 75. It already promised that I sit on level two right there, $1.03. So it might make it, it might not, but 45 entrance, maybe I'll get out at 60 cents.
And call it a day.
Um, I'll wait, collect from 60 cents, and then if things will keep moving, If you added another 20 cents and the pattern is looking nice, I'll jump back in. But
No, yeah, absolutely.
as of right now, it's looking good, man. Like, what would you do right here? Like, let's just say now you open your chart. This is it right here. What would you do?
If I'm looking at this, I mean, obviously,
Before you even saw it from the beginning, before, like right here, this is your first opening, and this is what you're seeing.
now if I see it like this, in all honesty, I'll see that, hey, this thing just ripped from 37 cents all the way up here. So it's already up. In my eyes, this would be considered significant, especially for what the price is. Because it took me time to learn that as well. That jump from 37 to the 48 is huge when it comes to this. To be honest, I would have looked at this and I can see the pattern. I would probably wait for a pullback if, before I even tried to jump in here. I'd probably try to get in where I see the most support happening if there is a pullback. But I've done that before just to watch it continue to go crazy. So
I
to be
mean,
honest,
watching it for a pullback, man, that's an amazing way of approaching it for sure, because you don't want to catch it at the top and then boom.
no. So if this is me
Okay,
right now, if I just woke up and I came in and I'm seeing it here, I would have said, wow, it just had a really nice increase. It already had one pullback and then now it's just ripping through. So, I would say, you know what, let me wait for a pullback. Let me see where it's, if it does even drop back. Because again, sometimes you just have to let it go. Or, I can jump, I can say, again, I try not to be aggressive because there has been time where I've chased the stock where I would see this and be like, oh man, I missed out on this and I'll buy right now. And then just to watch it pull back and then watch it possibly. And now I'm hoping it comes back up to break. So for me, yeah, this thing is ripping.
yeah, pullback for sure, man. You're gonna have to wait for because don't forget, man, it goes up and down.
Yeah.
It's less likely that it's just gonna keep going straight. Like I've seen it before where it just kept going nonstop. But it's also, if you didn't get in at the bottom, just watch it. But at this point, what you said, the pullback, man, that's the best way to approach it, man. You just wait for the pattern to see where it's gonna find its resistance point. You sit there and watch it, and then do the breakout again, and watch it break out, and then you get in. But yeah, some people might want to jump in because it's going up, but not the right approach at all.
No, me,
I've done it, man. I'm like, man, I don't want to miss out. There goes the FOMO right there. That thing is moving.
I'm like, no,
And then
thank
you
you.
want to jump in. Nope. Big mistake.
I'll wait because obviously the breakout was at the 45 cents, like you mentioned. So I'm looking to see if it even goes back down to that. And if it does, will it hold as well? Because if it finds a new support at that last high, then I might feel comfortable and say, okay, you know what, let me put a little something in there and see what happens. But again, also minimizing my loss as well. I also feel if I go down, again, depends on the amount of shares that you're buying, but I guess it depends on the amount of shares that you're buying. That's going to determine, when you bail. If I buy 10 shares of this, I don't care what it does. Whether it goes back down or it goes back up, I'm just like, I'm willing to take, I have a bigger, risk tolerance. I only own 10 shares. It's every penny it goes up. What am I really making? So, but obviously if this is someone that just bought 10,000 shares, you potentially making $1,000 every time it goes up a dime. So let's say I got in there at like, I don't know, the 45 cents. The minute this thing touches 55, which it looks like it wants to do anyway, I keep seeing that dollar pop up.
Yeah, now it's $1.88 at the bottom. But yeah, it might probably do a pullback around 46 cents, and that's another entrance. So I'm looking at another entry point by like 46, 48, even lower to 44. So
and then again, every trader is different,
oh yeah,
someone
man.
someone might have bought
Everyone trades
10,000
differently,
shares.
man.
See, so like basically, and the thing about this stock too, right here, is it's so like even if you see a pullback like that, like that's a big red candle, I guess, compared to what's next to it, right? It's like even in size, but
Oh,
it's
it's
like
gonna go back. It's gonna go back up, man.
because it's so affordable, and that's the other key thing. So it's not only people with big wallets that are like buying or selling this thing. You also like regular Joe Schmoes like us can just
Yep.
go in here and you can have $1,000 and that's like 500 shares. You can dip in there real quick.
And
Us.
you could double that in a few minutes, or even the
So
same day. So
it's really important. Like I really want people to understand that. Like it's really a beautiful thing, and I'm happy that this like popped up in front of me because I'm like we get to
yeah, we got that on on camera and recorded to let people know this how we look
mhm.
for them, man. And you were the one who found it. So, and that's what I was saying about if we have a couple of us just doing that, while the other one is scanning looking for things, and boom, yours pop up, and it might
Nope,
be the one. But damn, though, I don't know about this pattern, man.
because you're seeing a little bit of resistance
I'm
now.
seeing a lot. It's like a lot happening. It doesn't can't even tell you what it wants to do. It's just
I think what some people are doing is, like I said, there are some traders that maybe bought in at the 38-40 cents, and they're like, you know what, let me collect. And you could be, and then once people saw that big red candle, that can cause a lot of fear, especially when you're very new at trading or you're just not like you don't have a bigger tolerance.
LBO live one.
yeah, that's like morning. Call it morning panic, man. People panicking,
Audio and visual
and
music.
usually it happen like at 9:30. We'll see what this thing does, but
Oscar
I have a
LBO.
good feeling it's gonna drop at 9:30 because people are gonna panic and trying to sell.
Oh no,
Because
absolutely.
we might end it up around 80, 90 cents by 9, and they're gonna sell it, and it might come back all the way down,
Yeah,
or they might feel so comfortable about it and just let it
and let it
keep
do what it
going.
do.
Yeah, but I'm seeing 188 on the radar, so it's a lot happening right now. Yeah, man, it's looking real good, man. This might be the win that you've been talking about, the big jump.
Jumps to $10. Nah.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. This
Yeah,
might
no.
be it, man.
The flow
Yep,
is
it's
low
about to
enough.
hit a new high. 55 coming. It's just like it's right there. There you go. See?
Hmm. And we keep on going.
So we might see double digit, man, if it keeps going like this. And that's the beauty of waking up early and set yourself up to just like, and then even if you don't get it today, like you notice that the stock drop, and you put that in your watch list to say, man, that move was amazing. And usually stock is like repeat itself,
Yeah.
just like just because it happened today, and then you wait a couple weeks or a couple months, it probably gonna do the exact same thing again. But there goes the dip.
There goes the, and just to give you guys some context too, right now, according to this, it's saying that it's at 4 million volume right now, 4 million shares traded thus far. The average, I believe, in the last 14 days was 1.3 million. It's been trading, so it's already trading like, almost, I want
Yeah,
to
it's
say
at
almost
4.5 million.
yeah, so it's trading like almost 3-4 times the amount of its normal rate. So obviously, that's also another indicator for like, hey, this thing is And now,
Yeah, it's
mind
taking
you,
off, man. It's gonna ride. Like we're gonna see a nice little ride on that one, man. It's like a perfect day, perfect example to show the people what the possibility is, man. Because
mhm,
this thing is gonna go. It is gonna go, man. It might be one of those one that you talk about going from you
mhm,
know pennies like that to like 10, 12, and because that 510K clearance, it's a big deal for some companies. So we'll
yeah,
see if that is gonna take it. But I have a good feeling, man. Cash and cash flows. Yeah, man. Plus they have money too. So this is big, man. That's a nice catch. I'm getting this Texas right, like because I sent it says this might be the one today, because they
mhm.
know, man. Like I'm getting this like this might be the one today.
Oh, you're getting the alert, the alert
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
Illuminati.
yeah. This might be the one today.
No, seriously, and I mean, even like I said, even if it pulls back and it comes back down, like the way it's looking,
Yeah, that's just the pattern. That's just the pattern playing itself, man. It's looking lovely, man. Now, as a trader, what you do, even if you open your screen and that's what you see at first moment, you look for what pattern you want to play. So you could just swing back, say, damn, like
yeah,
I would say this could be a drop at 48, 46. Um, and if you do want to play the same pattern, you could go to, man, that's 55 or 56 entry. That's a good one. But a good pullback will be around 50, 48 cents.
yeah, yeah, because I see it's hovering around.
Yeah, I'm
But someone
liking
just
what
texted me, it's
what
like, yo,
you're
it's going
doing.
down to 45 cents. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think so. You want it to. Like,
Yeah, it would be lovely, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that right now because it's about to take off again. If that um, candlesticks continue the way it's looking,
the other
let's
thing
see.
too is, again, right now it's 7:21 a.m., right? So it's also like,
It's
at least the
looking
way that
good,
I
man.
see. Yeah, no, it's looking real nice.
Okay, I'm
So
looking for.
me right now, if I jump in and I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay. I'm like, the last breakout before this, I'm like, like you said, I'm looking at the high 40s, you know. Now here's the other thing too. Now you see like you have three red candles in a row. That might deter people. Now again, like I said, this guy below me, his risk tolerance is a little different. So for him, he's not panicking. You don't even see, he has his hoodie on, his headphones on. He's not even, and he bought in
I
a
have
while
my
back.
vote on. I'm chilling,
Look,
man.
look, and to be honest, it's gone up 10 cents since he bought. And sure, he could have sold already, but because there may be more potential upside, obviously he knows what he's doing. Because someone might see this, because this used to be rookie me, and be like, "Yo, man, you got to collect, man. This thing is coming back down. Like, take something off the table." And I'm like, again, this is why I always go in. What am I willing to
To
lose?
lose, yeah.
That's my mindset. Like, I could be up right now all that I want, but like, what am I really willing to lose? And that's the key thing for me, at least. You know, and it's only 7:23. I feel like, to
I'm
be
seeing a,
honest,
a triple bottom right there. It's about to take off again. So
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it's holding steady at that little
yeah, at that
50.
50 37. So it's about to take off to like 60 right now. And if it does drop, and it's probably gonna trying to catch it somewhere else in the 40s, but the way it just touches it like multiple times like that, yeah, that's the resistance point. So it's probably gonna go back to 60, go back up to 60. create a new high again, and I think this one's gonna create a morning panic because people get it like in the 40s and stuff. They're gonna want to collect like around 60, 70 cents, and it's probably gonna take a drop, and I'll be looking for it, man.
You said if they catch it at 40 cents, you said
40
they're gonna.
cents, yeah, they might sometimes they want to wait till the market is open to see what it does. And if the people understand, like we've been around it so many times, they know like around 9, once the market is open at 9:30, there's like morning panic,
Yeah,
right?
all day.
Morning panic might bring it back down to exactly where it started this morning. And
Yep.
it doesn't mean like, oh man, it's trash,
Mm.
because some people know exactly what's happening. They just like, you know what? The way this thing is going, I'm gonna wait till the morning panic is over, and then I'm gonna get in. And I just want to watch it, see if I'm on point with this, because the way it's moving, you can tell people are buying, and then it's just gonna wait before the market is open to start selling.
Yep. And it's funny. I started kind of like, that's also like part of my strategy as well, because I'm like, I've seen it so many times where I'm like, if I'm already in a trade in the morning, I'm not even trying to, because I know once that market open, one of two things is going to happen. It's either going to rip or it's going to dip, right?
Yep.
Either way. Even if it falls, it doesn't mean that it's going to fall significantly, but it can do exactly what you said, go right back to where it was in the first place. So again, this comes with knowing when to collect profit, especially if you don't have a high, risk tolerance and things like that. Because for some traders, if you did, for whoever got in the 30s or the 40s, this might be enough. They might see this and be like, oh man, is it going to hit this 55, or is it going to,
That's true. Oh,
and,
did I
and,
cut your screen?
and, they might say, I'm out of here, and take the, what is it now? If you jumped in at the 45, so this would be like a 6 cents profit. Now,
ADGI Adagio announcing David Herring named.
Now, people may think that's crazy, like 6 cents profit. That's nothing. Yeah, but if you own a significant amount of shares,
That's a whole lot of
that's a whole lot of money.
a whole lot of money.
You know,
Like I'm loving the way this is looking, man. It's like one of those stocks that when you see it moving, you feel so confident about it, because you can see how it's forming this pattern that you've been seeing over and over and over and over, and it built this little confidence in you. But again, you can't get like that confident and cocky thing, because it could easily drop, go total opposite of what you were expecting it to do. So it's amazing, man. I just love this, man. Been doing it for years. It's just every single time it's like it built this feeling. It's just like, wow, man.
and it looks like they don't want this thing to go down back past 50 at all.
No,
It's
they
like,
don't
nope.
want to, man.
And again, because this thing is so affordable, because it looks so good, that it's like, hey, man.
Yeah, if you break 55 again, we're gonna see like 60, but I don't see any 60 on level two. Level two is not showing any 60 yet.
So you see, your level two is, and this is the thing, guys. Like I said, he's trading on TD Ameritrade, but obviously that's not the only trading platform. So I may see because I'm not on TD, although I do have an account with them. My information looks slightly different from his, right? So, and this is where I got a little confused with the whole situation. Like, why is one information different from the other? However, I did notice that different platforms, they do get like they're delayed on news. One thing I noticed about TD is that the minute the news comes out, they get it. It doesn't matter who's releasing that news.
Yeah,
They
they
get
own
that
it,
thing
man.
within seconds. Like if something just dropped within 5 seconds, it's on TD. Like that's how I feel about it. Now, if I go to like a Robinhood or something else like that, they don't see the news. Someone might just see the stock is flying, and when they want to go and find out why, it's not there yet. They might get the news 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, and that could be crucial
Yeah, that's
because
why I stuck with TD, man. It's just like I've seen, you've been hearing exactly what you're saying. People are talking about it. It's like I'm good. I'm gonna just stay with that platform. I'm okay with that.
No, seriously,
It
because I'm
looks
looking
yeah,
at
it
it
looks
right
like they
now.
spend a lot of money on their platform, man, just to
Yeah.
get everything almost like right. Even this section, man, the education section right here, it's amazing.
Mm.
Like for people who like they even teach you about like stocks and tells you everything that you need to learn and all that stuff.
Yep. Because that's what I
All
was
for
doing
free
as
as
well.
well, man.
No, I was doing all of this as well. Even from my teachings from you, because through the mobile app that's also available there. So I would like it's like and it's real nice too. It's real quick 4 or 5 minute videos, really explaining everything, what this means, what that means. So
Hmm.
it's good information as well. Oh man, I don't know why I thought that thing. I seen too many numbers on your time and sales, and I was like, this thing did not just shoot up to $50. I was gonna
Here's
say, all
another
right,
one,
guys.
man. Check out Time TYME. That one right there. They just released something 20 minutes ago about a merger. Usually, merging create a big spark for a lot of people.
PRWR, Arrowhead Pharmaceuticals
Mm-hmm.
initiates phase 1/2A studies for two pulmonary candidates, ARO-MUC,
Yeah, and I see it
IBP, and
too now. Yeah,
ARO-MAGE.
and that thing showed up. That thing is like one, two,
Romeo,
three, 4, 5. Yeah, it's like the six. That thing climbed up real fast. It's already
Yeah.
at to
ISCTP,
1.6
Iveric
million.
Bio,
It's already trading two
Delta
times.
Tech
It's
enter exclusive agreement for
well,
development of
it's
sustainable
average the volume
base
traded. I don't know what its
Flora,
float
India,
is.
Sandy Echo Echo.
Yeah, these two are really looking good, bro. That's
NEM, Newmont reaches profit sharing agreement with Penasquito Union. That's November
So
Echo
just to give
Michael.
you guys, I just want to put it. I'm gonna put it on the.
oh, there you go, man. There goes that 60 cents.
Yeah, it's popping up. It's like brace yourself. Just gonna put the tickers that we're looking at on the screen.
DYN, Dyne Therapeutics announcing FDA clearance of its IND application for Dyne 251 to treat Duchenne
Yeah,
muscular
time is looking good,
dystrophy.
man.
That's
And it's at
WBA
Yeah,
42
November.
cents. This thing is up 14 cents already. Now, again, I know that sounds crazy to a lot of people where they think it's just up 14 cents. What's the big
14
deal?
cents. They don't know. 14 cents. It's a lot, man.
You own 10,000 shares, that thing goes up 14 cents. You're up $1,400. So just to give you
Yeah.
guys a little context, so imagine this thing, and I've seen it within the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, man. These things will be at 30 cents, and then the day opens and it's at like $1.30, and it went up an entire dollar. So could you imagine owning 10,000 shares in that scenario? That's $10,000 of profit. So give or take. So this was something that I had to learn. Don't dismiss it. It doesn't have to be something that's going up. And when you guys say, "Oh, well, 10,000 shares," you're making it seem like it's easy. Well, guys, let's do the math. This thing is what 52 cents on the screen right now. 10,000 times this is $5,000. If it's 50 cents, that's $5,000. If you had $5,000, you'd be able to buy 10,000 shares, right? Sure, you can take the
Yeah.
$5,000 and go buy, I don't know, Apple, but how many shares are you going to get of that? Sure, you can go buy some Google. Those are really strong companies. Those are really good companies to
Yeah,
invest in. But
if they want to invest, yeah, but if you want to trade, those
mm,
I mean, there's actually people who trade those, man. They
yeah,
put millions of dollars on the line to trade Amazon and Facebook, Apple. Like they do it, but you need millions to make some good gain. But when you go to a
on
penny
those stocks.
stocks, yeah, yeah,
Mm.
you need millions to make a good 50, 100,000. But with penny stocks, man, you have $10,000, you could flip that to like 100K easy,
Easy.
yeah, or even
Now,
more.
for those tuning in, if you have any questions, feel free to, drop them in the comments. We'll put them up on the screen. We'll try to answer the best that we can. But, or, Again, yeah, just any questions, anything like, or if you're just watching and you just want to see what's going on, just enjoy the show. Um, Now on some of this, on some of this, unfortunately, I guess when you guys leave comments, depending on where it's from, I may not be able to see your name, but that is okay. We're still just going to answer the question. So someone just do this in here.
People are up there early.
So they're saying, so a Facebook user right now, the market is very unstable, right? Um, I mean, it's not the best time. It's definitely a very bearish market. I think even from the beginning of the year, everything is not everything, excuse me. Like, there's a majority of things that have been going down, but there's always a diamond in the rough, right? And this is why every morning we wake up, we scan, we search, because although if you look at the overall market is going down, it doesn't mean every single company, every single stock is going down. So like this is a perfect example, with and you'll see him putting up both charts, so you were able to watch both of them at the same time. But if you're looking at the stock to the left, you'll see like, yeah, the market is, it's a little tough right now, but this thing, went as low as what, 37 cents, and now it's, hovering at around 50, 55 cents, and it's strong right now. I don't know if you missed out on what we were discussing in terms of like the L2 chart and things like that, but this basically has a good potential gain. However, we're also not sitting here hoping that this thing goes up $10. If it does, it does. But, this comes with knowing when to collect profit, and, but it looks pretty strong, man. That thing is very bullish. And the fact that it's like staying right there, it refuses to go back down 50 cents. Like it's not happening.
Yeah, not every stock's pretty much affected by the overall, like you could say, the whole market stuff, especially penny stocks. Sometimes they don't even care what's happening.
No, they don't.
They go with the hype, and then they just go up. You collect and move on to the next, man. But if you're talking about investing, yeah, it's unstable for sure, man. Like you don't know where the count. Just like Amazon just had the split. You could imagine, man.
Yeah, Amazon. Well, the thing about Amazon is so funny. This stock was as high as $3,000 a share, right?
Yeah,
So to be honest, I was never looking at Amazon unless I wanted to just put some money in there and just not even think about it. However, like he mentioned, the split where I think it was like a 20-1. So basically, it
yeah. Now
divided
it's at
itself by 20.
$108.
Now, everyone might see that and be like, I mean, well, rightfully so. You might see now it's $100. I'm getting in there because this thing used to be 3,000. But also do understand that they also added 20 times the amount of shares that was available to trade in the first place, which
Hmm.
is what diluted the price down. So now, sure, you're able to buy the stock now, because now it even looks attractive to me. Like, hold on, $100, but then don't think it's gonna jump from that $100 back to the 3,000 in like 2 weeks,
Yeah, it's gonna
because
take a while. That's definitely an investment. That's not
that's it.
trading at all. That's an investment. If you want to make that investment because you know the past, it was at 3,000, for sure, man. Go for it. Let it sit there, do what it does, and hope that it goes back to 3,000 again. But to trade it, it's
No.
not the same thing. This is investing. That's how I see it. If you want to park your cash and on Amazon to say, you know what, that company is not going anywhere. People gonna still
Mm-hmm.
be buying Prime. They're still gonna be, using Amazon for everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm just gonna park a couple thousand in there and just let it sit there. But
Yeah.
it's
Not
not
to
the
mention
trade.
their not to mention their cloud services. They own Whole Foods. Like
Yeah,
they're
Whole
obviously, you can
Foods.
imagine
Yeah,
Amazon is in a bunch of, they have investments in Rivian, which is another
this
electric
is
car.
yeah, this is definitely an investment. Even park some cash for your kids in there, even if you have to. But
That's how I look at it. Like, I'll give this to my daughter when she's 20. She'll
yeah,
thank me later. Like, well, she doesn't need to thank me, but you know, that's for them. The funny thing is I did trade it though because I was already anticipating the split, so I was like, I'm gonna put in a little buy order at like 102. It picked up my order, but then it shot back up to like 128 or something like that. And I was like, yeah, I'm out of here. Like I'm not
Oh
expecting it
yeah, yeah. You
in
could
that
definitely
moment just
do
because of
that.
the
Yeah.
hype. Because
Hmm.
I knew people was gonna see, oh my God, it's Amazon, it's affordable. I'm in there, and they're thinking this thing is gonna jump back to like 1,000 in a day, and I'm like, let me try to get in on that. But that's definitely something you parking your money in there, like you said. Yeah, this RMED is not. I see time is having a little pullback.
Yeah, time is I actually feel more comfortable with time because of what it's doing.
Yeah,
Because our MED, I have a feeling if it drop, it's just gonna take a big long.
a nice little swim down back to the
Yeah,
30s.
I like how time is just you see how it's doing this thing little bit by little bit,
Yeah.
and now you could actually be in control. But on mad man, it's you don't know what could happen, man. But I have a good feeling it's gonna take a big long dip, but it's gonna go back up though for sure.
I mean, it's definitely what would they call this? It's barcoding. So it's just like a barcode. Think about a barcode on a
Hmm.
tag when you're buying something. It's just it's just doing that over and over and over again. So how I would look at this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because again, guys, I'm still learning. It doesn't matter how intelligent I may sound right now. I'm learning every day.
Yeah,
Um,
man, that's me too, man. Every single day I'm learning, man. It's a nonstop.
So I would say it looks like it's finding resistance somewhere in the 53 cents area, right? But it's finding support at the 50 cents. So that's like the window, right? I guess that's where it's barcoding at.
Yeah, it looks
So
like I just did it at 50 cents just now.
in 50 cents.
Yeah.
So for me, when I'm looking at this, right, because my hand is always near a trigger. Um, you know, if I don't like, and again, it this all depends on risk tolerance. This is where you have to manage your position size. All of these play a factor, but I guess what I'm looking for right now is for it to break out past the 55, right? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously there's orders on that chart where we've seen as high as $1.88. I'm like, who's placing that order right now? Like who's trying to do that? Um, like you said, I mean, I might see this, to be honest. Like me, I would see this and be like, okay, it's been barcoding for a while. I'm in for whatever at 30 something cents. I might take some profit off of the table. I might lower my. It depends. I might not care. It really, again, this all depends on your account size, your risk tolerance, and all of this. But someone might see this and panic. The younger me, the rookie me, would have saw this and be like, oh, you know what, I gotta go. But that's the younger me. After I've taken a beating, before I'd be greedy and be like, oh yeah, it's gonna fly up. Oh yeah, and then that thing takes the big dip that he's talking about, and if it does that, and then guess what? I get annoyed, I panic, I sell just to watch it go right back up if it does that. So
I mean,
let's
the
see.
craziest thing right now, there's people who bought in at like 54, 54 point something, and then they down because now the stock is down 52 cents. So,
Hmm. So let me see. Reason why Amazon was so profitable because of the cheap labor force it used to have. I mean, yeah, I guess everyone is getting paid more now. I mean, will that really stop Amazon from being as profitable as it was? I mean, even
nah.
if they increase salaries. I mean, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, as a regular human being, the money that I spend on Amazon alone, I'm not a rich person, but like I spend a significant amount on Amazon, I would say monthly. Even in the past recent months where I was doing some remodeling around the house, I did almost everything through Amazon. I was
Yeah,
ordering everything
man.
left,
They know how
right.
to get people, man, with that 2 days thing.
Oh yeah, you don't gotta wait too. Sometimes it's a day, sometimes it's
Oh,
same
yeah,
day.
man.
I mean,
That's a good marketing strategy right there, man.
no,
Two
I
days.
definitely understand what you're saying in terms of the profitable part, but Amazon is still going to make money, man.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. They could have already afforded to do whatever the change is now. They just probably didn't do it, but you know,
Yeah, that thing ain't going nowhere, man.
Amazon is the biggest company on the planet, the globe. It's the
Yeah,
biggest.
it's really crushing everybody.
It's like, and could you imagine this thing started as like a book, just for college books, man? That's hilarious.
It's crazy.
And
Like
I,
this guy, what was it? Jeff was saying how he used to be on his knees, doing packaging and all that stuff at the
yeah,
beginning. Yeah,
in the garage, yeah,
yeah,
went public. What was it like? $2 a share? It's crazy. $2 a share, man. You had like even a grand to put in there, 2 grand, 3 grand. Imagine you had a significant amount, and we're not saying, oh, we missed out on the opportunity. Obviously, we were babies at this point. We weren't even really adults, but just to kind of give you an example of how far a company can come, it's like it used to be $2 like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever that was.
hmm
And this is what he means by, putting that money in there for your kids. You're not thinking about it. It's just like an investment. Go ahead and go in there. And it's like, if you would have got into Amazon when it was $2 and you had a significant position size, let's just say even 10,000 shares, man. Once
that's
that
it,
thing hit
man.
3,000, you would have been not even 3,000. It would have hit 1,000. You would have instantly
Yeah, you would have
have
been like at
been.
a couple millions for sure. But the way you say $2, right? That was penny stocks, right?
Yep.
And that's the idea. Sometimes when you look into this penny stocks, you have to also look at the future to be like, oh man, is this company's gonna be something? And sometimes that's how I stay in a stock too. Like
Yeah.
if I feel like this could be the future, or another company could say, oh yeah, we're gonna merge, just like what's happening with time right now. It's about to merge with a bigger company. So now
Mm.
you have to look at what is the company is trying to create, what is the future is like. It's a whole lot to look. It's just like Amazon, right? $2. People are like, oh, that's trash. Like you're gonna go down. Like we have all these other big companies doing big thing, and you just don't pay no mind to it because it's only $2.
Yeah.
But if you really think about the future, what they bringing into the table, like you just like, I mean, what they bringing to the table, you just got to be like, damn, like I'm gonna
Hmm.
hold on to that. If anything, I'm gonna add more to my position.
Yeah. Especially when you can get it for that low, and I think that was like a struggle for me at first, right? Because I'm like, I want to be a day trader, but this is something that I want to leave money in, right? And then it's like balancing, managing the amount of money you have in your account. Like, how much do I really allocate to this? Because I want to also have a decent amount to trade daily, right? So again, this is all determines on your account balance. But sometimes I would struggle with it. I'm like, yo, I said, wow, this company is on to something. Like, holy shit. Like, this is something that's really, 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 really good, but it's not gonna be that fast. How much do I really want to just leave in there? Maybe I just leave 1,000 shares in there, not think about it, and just let it sit forever.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, and one key thing that I found myself telling this to people, and even something that I do for myself. Do not put money into the market that you're not willing to lose. I don't care if it's five
Oh
hundred
yeah.
dollars,
Oh yeah.
$10,000, $1,000, $1 million. I don't care.
Oh yeah. Even $100, man. If you can't lose it,
Don't bother.
don't even. And by looking at my screen, man, if you could see, like, this is probably going everywhere. So they already give you the full stocks. What is it? RMED, Time, and Bev, ENDP. So it's just like there's full stocks right now that's crushing it
Hmm.
at
The
seven
question
seven
is
o'clock
what?
in the morning.
Let me
So which one?
see.
That's the idea. Is like which one?
Let me see. Yeah, that's really the name of the game. I can tell you right now that Time is already trading at like 4 times its average volume in the last 14 days. Um, where the hell is what the hell happened to RMED? Am I blind or something? Oh, it's in second. I'm like at 7 million volume. I'm like, it's like it's right here in my face. That's already trading like almost 5 times or 4 times its average of 1.3 million. So that's already telling you like something is going on with this stock where it's trading far more higher than its average.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Yeah, it's tough, man.
And as a
Time is
trader,
catching up.
it could only just be for today, and you just take advantage of that moment for today,
Yeah.
because tomorrow might come, it's gonna be the next one, or it might be the same company. You're like, man, why did I get out? And it's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay to get out, and if you want to replay it again, you have the option to buy back.
Mm-hmm.
But as a trader, you collect
Trends you came
each
up with
day,
that day.
man.
S&P futures
If you
down
don't know much about the company or
26.25
what
for
it's
Dow futures
doing,
down
collect your
189.
profit, move on.
Nasdaq is down 101.25. Crude down
Absolutely.
50 cents at 107.93. Gold down $2.10.
I also, I'm so funny.
40 is up
I'm so funny. I have
260.
I have a squawk box going on in the background, listening for call outs.
Right?
REV, Revlon
Because
shares
I try to give
down
myself as many
$5.40.
resources as possible, right? Like like you said, when there's only one of you, you can only see so much, right? So it's
So
always
much,
key. If there's
yeah.
more than one person, there's multiple eyes everywhere. Like I got the news going. I'm watching the news over here with the stock market. I got the I got the squawk box in the background with him calling things out. I'm looking at the chart that you're looking at on TD Ameritrade. I'm also looking at other information. So
Yeah, look
um,
at this. Look at this news I just got from Amazon, right? This is Amazon packages customer by bike and on foot for the first time in the UK.
oh man,
Right there.
that's actually, because let's be realistic. There's an Amazon warehouse almost everywhere in every city, and not in multiple within that city or state. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like where I am now, depending on what the item is, I can get it in a day, same day sometimes if I order it early enough. So, you know, like I said, Amazon, I'm not even worried about it. Sure, it's at this, I think everyone was expecting it to recover, not the entire, but I think people were expecting it to jump up $100, $200 immediately. But I'm like, that means a lot of people on this planet have to buy, because it's just a lot more shares. So Google is also about to do a split as well, and Tesla as well. So, you know, that's something to keep your eye out on. But again, if I'm just day trading that, I'm just jumping in on a fear of missing out opportunity, and then I'm out of there.
Yeah, man. I don't even
You
focus on
know,
this big. If I'm trying to park something, just like put something for a couple years or a couple months, yeah. But to trade, I
you're not
focus on
even
my
looking at
little, yeah, I focus on my little pennies, man.
it.
I'm good over that.
You know what else has been doing good? Revlon, REV.
Wait, didn't they
That
went bankrupt?
Yeah, but then for some reason, I think they came out of it or something like that. Like they were able to take out maybe some sort of loan. I don't remember what it was exactly, but whatever they did, it made it reverse tremendously. Like this thing was at, I don't know,
I
very
know
low.
it was going down the trash, and then yeah, so like
Yep, that
one,
$1, and then look
and
straight
then
up to the nine. I
straight
was
up
like,
to
what
the
the?
nine. Oh snap! Yeah, last time I saw it, there was like bankrupt or something. Let's see if I saw the
Hmm.
news about. Yeah, there you go.
That was something I was looking at too. There's like, oh, so it can compete. It did something. I don't know if it was a loan or something. I don't know what they did, but and it was like, oh, now they can compete with Rihanna's line, and I believe someone
Yeah, they talk
else's.
about the 3.3 billion in debt will push the company into bankruptcy. So when I
Hmm.
saw that, I'm like, it's done. But wow, yeah, they did file for Chapter 11 2 days later. So
You can see the comments on the screen, right, as they come up
let's see.
on
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah. I do
StreamYard, I
see
guess.
it.
I got you. All right, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. What's this? Explain the Tesla and Google. They're just doing exactly what Amazon did. So there's times where these big companies, what they do, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they do it just so there's more opportunity for
It's
people
almost
like
like a
us.
reset, but
Yeah.
it those man. I feel like it's they already collected profit collect their money, and
Yeah.
the people who's really owning the big amount, they're not gonna take a loss, man. So they already gain what they need to gain, and then they add more
Mhm.
shares, and then they go back and buy back a lot more. So it's all a strategy for them to make more money, man.
Yeah. So in our eyes, it looks like, oh man, it's a great opportunity, which it
Yeah.
is, right? Because they look at it that like, yeah, you know what? More people are going to be able to afford this, but they're going to make so much more
Yeah,
money because
but yeah, don't think that the people who own it before, like millions of shares or thousands of shares, are losing.
no,
They already have some type of paperwork already collecting their profit, and then they do this little thing just so they could buy more shares, like and then they add more value to their self, in a sense, by owning more of the company, because now they own more shares of it.
no,
and
absolutely.
and that's why I'm trying to, yeah, man, if you're doing investment, yes, but if you're talking about trading,
Yeah,
this is
this
when
ain't the place for
yeah.
that.
Oh
Yeah,
man, look at the drop.
yeah. I saw the 48. The what is it? 48 cents.
Yeah, man, I'm loving that, man.
And come back down here. And
And then
some
it's
people
gonna
might
keep
see that and
going.
add more. Like,
Yeah,
and that's the
they'll add
thing.
more, but it's not done. It's gonna drop a little bit more.
And I'm like, let it come back to 40 cents.
Yeah,
Uh,
it might go all the way back down to 41 or 40 cents.
and it's funny, I see this so differently on your on like, and this is the thing, guys. Again, you can trade on multiple platforms. You don't have to. This is the platform that I learned on. I think it's a fantastic platform. However, I am using a different platform, and it's for a completely different reason. But I will be going back to
So
the
can I
TD
see
at
what
some
you
point.
see on your screen when you look at this stock? So,
All right, I got you.
so
So let me see the quick switchy. All right, so this is. Am I even on the? I'm not even on the right thing. Sorry, guys. Let me go and switch that up. So, oh, I am. So basically, this is and this platform is Weeble. Um, and essentially, I have almost similar information. The only difference here, I would say, I mean, I don't really see a difference. The only difference I would say is like the L2 is completely different from what your L2 looks like, right? Like you see, like this is my L2.
yeah,
Like you
it's just
see,
show the opposite of red and green.
yeah. So I can't see like you see how you saw that dollar potential future order
Hmm.
here on Weeble. I wouldn't have seen that because the highest bid right now is the 49 cents. I wouldn't have seen that dollar at all. So I remember that
Mm,
time we was talking. He was like, "Hey, man, I see a potential order here," and I'm like, "Where the hell do you see that?" Because because I'm like
yeah.
scrolling, and I remember TD Ameritrade does it a little bit differently. But now, guys, don't get it twisted. This may look more colorful, more modern, more and all of that fun stuff.
Intimidation, like you feel like, oh my god, this is too much, but it's
Yeah,
really not, man. With the more you get used to it, the better it feels, man.
absolutely. And so because of my TD Ameritrade, that was easy for me to navigate this because I already know what I wanted to pull from that. And it's so funny, looking at this right now. I mean, even if it took that dip, man, it's still looking good. But yeah, it's still you're gonna have people that get a little nervous. Like for example, you see here on my ask side, right at the 50 88, right? You got that 22,000 just waiting there, like So to me, I would look at this as a ceiling, like as resistance now. Um, and I think that happened only because, like I said, some people will panic and hey, this thing is not doing what I wanted it to do fast enough because some people just aren't patient. And I used to be one of those people. So it's just like, oh man, I need this thing was flying up from you see it here from 30 cents all the way to 55. Like what's up with this? Like what's this doing? So some people might see this and start to tremble and And that's okay, because if you were in here in the first place around this area anyway,
Yeah, you're still good. You're still
you,
in the game.
you're
So
still in the game. It's just controlling, your loss. Right now you're extremely profitable here, depending on whatever shares, right? But you have profit here. It's just really up to you. Do I want to take the whole thing off the table? Do I want to take off half? Just to see what it does. You might just take off half and just say, all right, I'll move on to the next thing. So this is what I'm looking at. His the screener obviously is completely different. I'm looking at this. I don't know why this is like this. Okay, because I have it filtered by the percentage. But volume. I don't even know. I didn't really set this up. I don't really, because I use, like I said, I use TD Ameritrade like he does for my scanner, or I look at other things. I haven't even really played with this, but for some reason I don't even see what we're trading, and it's the things that we're trading has 7 million. Maybe I'm not in the right market cap. That would make sense.
yeah,
Okay.
that would make sense.
I'm like, why is that market cap? Let me just put that, filter that from 0. Does that do anything for me?
Yeah.
Why is this thing saying billion? I don't want you to say billion. Let me put 1 million. My God. So that's the thing too, guys. You got to get this thing going. It keeps doing billion. I
You
don't know
can't
why.
you can't just erase that completely.
Guys, technical
From
difficulty.
both sides. Nah, it's not, man. It's since you don't use it, that would happen.
BRTX, Vertex announcing FDA
This
has
thing.
lifted the clinical hold on VX 880 phase 1/2 clinical trial for the treatment
Yeah,
of
I'm
type
just gonna
1
diabetes. Pass on that.
That's Victor
It's
Romeo
pissing me
Tango
off.
X-ray, BRTX.
But like, here's a better. Here you go. So I also have this market screen.
Oh, the
Yeah.
pre-market joint. Okay.
Yeah, so you have the top gainers. This over here, yeah, I can change it from pre-market, regular hours. But right now in the pre-market, obviously these two, which we're looking at right now, is aggressive. These things are moving aggressively, which I like. Again, man, it's just a matter of which one is
Nah,
gonna
this is
pull.
good because this is exactly what came out earlier about the stocks that's actually trending right now. So
Yeah, look, which is what we wanted to do. So, you know, different platform. The information is the same thing. It's just put in different areas. But we're looking at these two right here for now. Doesn't mean it's still early in the day. Something else can just pop up out of nowhere. Let me see. What is the price on Revlon?
oh, yeah, bro, it's still early.
What's the price on Revlon? If you just if you're on your platform, just type in REV. I'm not sure right now, but I think Revlon's at like $5 and some cents.
Yeah,
But we're not.
It's at 542 right now.
Yeah, but we're not really looking at that, because right now, on average, the past 14 days, it's been trading, 15 million shares. So right now, it's at only 247,000. That's not really something that would doesn't mean that it's not increasing dramatically or whatever. But what my mentor here always told me is you want to look for something that's moving, because you don't want to get stuck in a trade or stuck in a situation. You want something that has a lot of volatility, that's moving. What's the next question? Is Robinhood a good platform? I mean, honestly, if it works for you, it works for you. I mean, I don't know if I think every platform has pros and its cons.
I mean, does Robinhood have a scanner? Can you scan for stocks?
That's the question.
Yeah, I don't think
isn't
you
it just the
can. I
mobile
think
app?
you could just only buy and sell. Yeah, there's no really, pretty much what you do. Robinhood will be like, oh yeah, people talking about this stocks. Let me go buy it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because someone that I work with was like, oh yeah, they had a Robinhood. It was walking me through it, and I'm like, what else can you see on here? And it's not much. Like, it's really difficult to, like, they're not so focused on, like, I think there is somewhere you can see news, but it's not. It just, I saw it and I was just like, no thanks.
It's not. I've seen it. I'll even when they had that like Bitcoin and all that stuff, trying to use it, but it's just like, nah.
I think when they went public, sure, I would invest in it, sure, because it's like an easy. I'll switch back to your screen here.
I
In
like.
Um,
the XT,
I
next
was
day
reading
trading
this news
announcing
about this company that
1.0
just released
MTPA
this.
LNG sale and purchase agreement with China Gas.
what is this? Titan Pharmaceutical announces FDA clearance of IND. So this one is TTNP.
Yo, by the way, I told you your mic didn't make a difference. It does, man.
Why?
Yeah, it sounds like more clear. Like when
AUDI
you
5G
actually
announcing
speak
Redline places
like
follow-on order
right in front of it,
for its
it
S2
does
global
work.
air purification system. That's
Oh, like when I'm right here, when
Yeah,
I'm,
like yep.
it's much, yeah. Because I was like, what's the point? I'm not trying to be too extra,
Nah,
but
nah, nah. It works.
because when this is like, there's no difference. I'm like, man, let me disconnect this thing and talk through this laptop, man.
Nah, nah, nah. It works, man. It works. I totally hear it now.
Um, and listen, I really want to motivate and inspire people because this is what he did for me. And guys, you got to understand, the minute I really invested in this and I saw the potential upside, just to kind of, let me see if I can give you guys an angle. Um, to me, from me trading and learning through my mobile, just keeping it nice and simple. And I said, listen, if I'm serious and I really want to make some money off of this, I need to see all my information clearly. I need, I was watching this guy and he had multiple screens in front of him, and I'm like, oh no, I need to catch up. So listen, guys, when I say I'm, just to kind of give you, if you're looking at me right now, I have dual screens in front of me. I have mobile in front of me. I have Squawk feeding me information. I do. Am I? And again, it's about useful information. Not overwhelming myself. So when I'm on this screen, I'm looking at the same stocks he's looking at, and on this screen, it's information about the stock. I'm just looking at the news on it, the volume. I'm watching everything. I'm not looking at 10 different stocks at once. I don't think that's beneficial because I used to think that's what the screens were for. But then you showed me this trick where you're splitting your screen here, right? So it's
Yeah.
like,
Because
why have
sometimes when you're a trader, you travel, so you got to get used to having just your laptop. But at first, like you're doing right now, when you're at home, it make your life easier because you get to split your information. But
yeah,
the more you're learning, the more you're trying to like minimize. It's like, okay, I don't need that right now. I could already figure that one out. And then when you actually traveling, you're just using your laptop. It becomes like, okay, now I could just minimize my space and organize it in a way that works. And that's why
exactly.
I could just split my screen right here instead of having like multiple screens. I used to, I mean, I still do it from time to time, but
Yeah, I guess
especially
it depends. Yeah.
yeah, it depends on trying to get used to your laptop because if you're traveling somewhere, you should be able to still use your disciplined way to make a trade, get in and get out, and look at everything that you need to look at. But I'm
GBT
loving
basic
I'm loving
purchase
the setup
allowance
you
for
got.
multi-planner
It's
IT
Yeah,
continuation.
because I was like, I gotta take this serious. I have
you
to.
have to, man.
I have to invest. It's so funny. I don't know who the hell I think I am now. I'm gonna have you laughing. Let me move this camera. Right, you're gonna laugh at me in 2 seconds. Look.
Well, I'm telling you, man, that's me too.
You just got the TV in the background because they'll drop a gem,
Yeah.
and you're like,
Even
"What's
on the
going on?"
bottom of the screens, you on the bottom of the screen, you'll see some of even some of the training stocks, penny stocks.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you'll see some of the penny stocks on the bottom of the screen.
Oh yeah, man. It's so it's like I try to give myself is now again. Do I need all of this now? Not necessarily, right? Like when
Not
I'm home,
really, but if you're at home and enjoying yourself and feel like, yo, man, if I
I
could
need.
have all this information in front of me instead of keep clicking back and forth and changing and doing this, it's
Yeah.
amazing. Like my screen right now, if I do this, right, it's this they have the screen. That's why I love City Ameritrade. They have a TV channel where you could
Mm-hmm.
actually play
Mm-hmm.
live
Mm-hmm.
TV. You could have CNBC on there as well. So it's the
Yeah.
same thing you were just watching. There it is.
DNL.
That's hilarious. And that's why I said I love TD so much, right? Because I'm
Yeah,
like,
man. From the same
it,
platform, you have it all.
it just is compact. It's right there in front of you. You can
Yeah.
watch everything that you need. And do I, like I said, do I need all of this stuff now? Not necessarily, because I learned how to, like you said, work with one laptop. I even went so far as to, and I think that's why I went to Webull. What I was telling you yesterday is because Webull, as you know, like TD's app is straight cut, clear and dry. Like, it's going to give you what you need, the news, the market, the top 10 volume on, whatever market. It's going to give you straightforward. You can place your orders. You can do whatever. You can look at your watch list. But like, Webull, just their interface on the phone is as if you're on the desktop.
Oh, wow.
So because it's so simple, so like all the information that I have there, I have it here too. And when you have a big phone, turn this bad boy sideways, you have a little mini computer going on. So like I said, when I'm at work, I can't always bring the laptop to it. Like, what are you doing on your laptop? I mean, not that there's anyone there to really ask, but still, I don't want to stand out that much. I can just be on my mobile real quick, place these orders, do what I have to do, and then keep it pushing. So I've definitely gotten to the point where, yes, it can be as excessive as this, or it can be as simple as this. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still making the same money. I'm still, my reaction time on a laptop would be a little faster, obviously, with the immediate sell and buys. But look at that. Look at I
Oh
see a
man,
little
it's
that
it's
shut me
doing
up.
its thing. Yeah,
I saw that. I said, wait a minute, this thing took a dip,
it's
but here we go
it's
again.
doing its thing, man.
And here's the thing, man. It's I think that's the 8 a.m. traders, man. They woke up and they're like, oh, they're like, we're in here. Like, okay, you guys brought it up to this. Let us carry it the rest of the way. Then you're gonna have the 9 a.m. crew, and
Yeah, it's still if anybody would even ask, like, where do I go in? Like for me, 56, man.
56. Yeah,
56 cents.
what your entry point would be.
Yeah, my breakout point, man. That would be the breakout 50, 55 point something, and
CBI
56.
breakout biotech shares trading.
You want to laugh? I'm gonna have you laughing right now. Hold on. Let me put this up.
Bravo, India.
Look, got the guy in the back. So him, I like having this on, because if I'm just like strictly so focused on that stock, I may not be looking at other things. Like you said, why it's good to have multiple people. So this guy will just, niner. This stock just announced. I'm like,
yeah, and then you go and then you go take a look at it to see if that matches anything that you want to be a part of.
Yeah, like
man, it
what's
makes
going
sense.
on?
But I usually just still come back here from time to time and see what else is happening. Just do a quick
no, absolutely,
and see.
ENDP, that thing is also moving, but what am I looking at here? But because it still hasn't even passed its average is 30 million in the last 40 days, 30 million per day shares traded. Right now it's at 18.8. So I mean, not to say that it won't get to the 30, but it's not doing anything.
As of right now, you're just like, leave it alone.
It's not doing nothing for me.
So, HSAQ, Orchestra Biomed announced strategic collaboration, closing at $110 million private equity financing, and plans to list on NASDAQ through merger with Health Sciences Acquisitions Corporation 2. That's HSAQ, Hotel Sandy Alpha, Quebec.
HSAQ. The hell? You know me. I said merger what? So this looks like a blank check company that I guess they're gonna merge with somebody. It depends.
Yeah.
It depends. That's not really something. Like I said, I'm also trying to see if something is like climbing up the charts discreetly. Like, this thing had like 100K volume, and like for some reason in the blink of an eye, it's at like 1 mil. There's not that much competition.
I've seen stocks like this. You see how, okay, I'll go to 1 minute. Look at this. It's just a couple lines, right? And then, right? And then I'll just sit there and watch it. It's like, okay, why is this stocks showing up? And then it's just go up by like $1 and $2, $5. Like, it doesn't go by like a couple cents. It just jump from like
Yeah.
5, 10, and
Mhm.
it is crazy. And usually you can't even buy them. That's the sad part about it. You can't
Yeah, you
even
can't even
you
buy
can't
it.
even get in. Look, there's no volume, nothing. It's almost like there's a private thing happening on the inside.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's funny. Remember that company I told you that I was up 3,000, but I got greedy and ended up coming home with 17,
right?
1,700 set. It's best, the BEST. That's funny. And it just showed up with news. And I'm like, why is that ticker? And that's the funny thing too. I always remember the tickers. I make money or lose money. Those things get
You all
embedded in
gonna
my
yeah,
brain.
you're gonna remember them. Yep, for sure.
I'm like, you motherfucker, you took some
Yeah,
money from me the
took
other
some money
day.
from me. Yeah.
And then I'll see the
I
ones.
still have one, man. I started years ago. Like this company right here, CEI. I
Oh
will
my God.
never ever trade this company. I don't care what it's doing. I would never ever. Do not care. Look, see this?
Yo, this thing dropped from $473 per share all the way down to 37 cents.
Yep, 33
My,
cents. Bro. I learned a big lesson with that one, man. And you
you
know
bought
how
at
you say you almost
473?
made
Nah.
200,000,
Yeah.
almost, and it just down the drain, man.
Oh, because you held on a little bit.
Yeah, thinking, oh yeah, it's gonna keep going. Oh yeah, this is the future. Oh yeah, and I learned a big lesson, man. And it's not the first time. If I could see a couple more.
You said you're not selling it. You don't care no matter
Not
what.
selling it no matter what, and I didn't expect this to happen. Like all the way
Mhm.
down to 33 cents. It was just like, but this graph is fake because they had a couple splits
Mm.
where it went down to like 12 cents, if I'm not mistaken, man.
Oh,
They're not showing it, but that thing went all the way down to like 12 cents, 11 cents, man. That's
and
just the split graph they showing.
we're laughing at it because it's past tense. It's a learning experience and everything
Learning,
like
bro. I
that.
would never put my money in that. I don't care what it's doing, if it looks clear or not. Gotta go.
You'll never forgive it.
Never. I would
Uh, le-
never put my money in that company ever again.
the funny thing is when I got introduced to CEI, it was like in the 60 cents, 70 cents. And I was catching it when it was doing that, jumping to $3. So the way that I looked at it was like, oh man, this thing is doing great. Not
Mhm.
knowing until you told me, like, dude, go back like years ago and see where it was at. And then I was like, golly. Like, I had to say golly on that.
Yeah, I don't trust that company at all. No.
That
Yeah, if you
is
want to give me a
what's
couple shares for free, I'll take it, but I'm not buying. I don't care if the pattern was as clear as water. I'm good, man. I'm not touching that ever
Yeah.
again, man.
No, yeah,
Nah,
you'll never forgive it, man. I don't blame
never,
you.
man.
No, I don't blame you, man. Trust me.
It was the worst play ever, man. And
My man said I
oh
bought at the
man,
top.
it was
My man.
bad, man. It was bad. No, I was winning to a point. I'm like, this is it.
Oh, I got you. So you bought at the bottom. It
Yeah,
came up
but the
to a nice
bottom
little
all the
thing.
way up, nice, sitting there like thinking I'm enjoying, I'm celebrating,
You woke
and
up
then
one day,
whoop,
and I
it
guess
has
that
like
was your.
no remorse, nothing. It's just like it didn't care about no one.
Yeah, it just dipped.
Yeah, it just
Is
went
that where
down.
you learned? Is that where you was like, I'm taking profit off the table? Was that the one
I
where it's
didn't
like I
even
don't.
take none.
Oh,
I lost.
oh.
Lost.
I feel you, bro. And this is important for everyone to hear because look, man, it doesn't always go your way.
Yeah,
But look,
never, man. It's you just
obviously
don't
he's
give
still
up, man.
here.
Don't give
Yeah.
up, man. Because I learned my lesson, move on, and I was back. But I know not to
you took a
ever,
2 month break.
not to ever touch. Nah, I didn't take no break, man. I was just so upset that I wanted to make it back.
It's crazy. I was like,
But I know the moment I hear CEI, I'm good. Never.
The minute you hear that.
Yeah, I'll never look at that. I don't care. Oh yeah, the company is going up. Enjoy it, man. I'm good.
Word, yeah, because I seen it. I was like, oh, it's $1. Jump to 3. Thank you. And I'm
Nope.
like, even if I told you that, like, yo, man, come
Yeah,
through, you'd be like,
I'm
nah.
good, man. I'm telling you that was one of the lessons I learned, and I never want to go back to learning it again. Especially look at what's happening, man. This thing could never go where it needs to go. Like, from $4 now all the way to like 30 cents. It's just, what are you
That's where I
doing?
saw it. I saw it on the dollar going all the way up to that 4. So you know me, I wasn't really looking years back. I was just looking like, maybe a year, a few months just to see what it was doing. So I'm like, okay, it being that it was so low, I'm like, oh, this thing is recovering. Oh, it's looking good. And then nope, nothing is looking good. It's
Yeah, and they're
saying
not even showing the real thing, man. I think I have a couple screenshots of that. What
I know
happened to
I
it,
know
man?
you would have to,
Yeah,
yeah, because you got to remind
this
yourself.
right here can't be it, man. That wasn't it. It was worse than that. And look at the drop right here, man. It's like they don't care. Like, they don't. I'm telling you, man. This company is not. Don't trust it, man. Do not trust that one. Man.
Day traded.
CEI is not it. Yo, I'm telling you, it's not it. Yo. I don't care what category they're trying to put it in. Do not get involved.
Just day trade it. Just day trade it. That's all.
So even if they say from 37 cents and go all the way back to 473, I'll just sit there and watch it, man.
Yeah.
I will not get in. I'm telling you, man. It's just I will have that discipline to be like, I learned my lesson. I'm not getting involved.
No, yeah, man. I like I said, I have a few of those tickers that I see, and I want nothing to do with them, and I'm like, hell no.
With them, man.
I mean, and the thing that makes me even madder at them is that they'll recover too.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll see it recover, and I'm like, damn, I ain't even have to take that loss. If I'd
have CEI did not recover, man.
Oh,
that thing did so many splits. And on top of that, it did so many splits to where it was at 11 cents, and they're not showing any of that. And then you think, right? Brand new, you're going in, and I'm talking about years ago, man. So that's what they did that, because even on that right there, if I go back 3 years, there's no split, nothing is showing. See?
Yeah.
And that thing is split so many times, man. So many times, but they're not showing it. And then people who doesn't know, they think, oh yeah, this stocks might go back to $400.
REV Revlon shares moving again here now, $5.68. Romeo Echo Victor.
It's not true.
You heard him?
Yeah.
Revlon. And if y'all don't stop it, if Revlon, I would have jumped in it when it was back at that $1, $2. That's why I would have like, okay, let me go and entertain it. At $5, I don't know about that. Mm-mm. That's funny. Yeah, Revlon, I don't care what you say. I mean, I'd rather miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a risk I would not, especially if they just file Chapter 11 and all that stuff. And I think they're trying to get people to go in
and bail people out.
Yep, and then take all your money and bounce, man.
If it's $5, is that a bad time to purchase? Here's the one thing: no one can predict what the stock market is going to do, right? So it's funny that this question even came because we were actually talking about it. Is $5 bad? I would have felt more comfortable when, like a week or two ago, when it was at $1 something. I would have taken the risk on that opposed to the $5, because, like I said, that $1 something went to $9 off of all that hype, and then now it's shot back down to $5. The thing is, like what he just mentioned, what they filed, for the bankruptcy is like, is it really going to go back up to $9?
Well, it looks like it. It's probably going to go back up to $6, because I do see the cup handle pattern. If you see my screen right here, It already did the breakout, going for 6. If it does break the high of 638, yeah, we might see $9. But man, the news is enough for me, man. Chapter 11.
U.S. and Iranian
Yeah,
delegations failed to reach a deal to restore the Iran.
I'm good, man. Yeah, chapter 11 is stay away.
Word, like if you missed it, you missed it. Like, and that's basically what I'm saying. I
That's
missed a
it,
dollar. I didn't care for it. I was like, you know what? It is what it is. Now it jumped to 9. Sure. I was like, wow, I missed out on that. But that's not making me feel like, okay, it's at 5. Let me get in there. Maybe you might
man,
get a dollar.
There's something fishy about this one, man. I don't know. Because usually when you file for chapter 11, it go down the trash. And there's no news that said they receive any type of.
They did something. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna tell you. Let me see.
The stock has been mentioned on social media as a potential short squeeze. Yeah, it's. Dude, I'm telling you, they bringing people in so that thing could just drop. And it's gonna be too late for a lot of people to really get out.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, They'd be like, no, I don't want no problem. Nah, it's for me, it's not really worth it. Like,
Okay, so this is a news that says some of the recent rally no wake up of the major bankruptcy.
They did something because when it was a dollar, they did something.
All right, read the second paragraph on this. This is exactly what's happening, man.
You said read the second paragraph.
Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Oh, how about I get this off the screen too, though? How about I do that?
I don't know if you remember the like Hertz, the car rental company.
Yeah.
When they did the chapter
XGN, Exogen releases largest comparative utility study in lupus.
They went all the way down to 56
Diagnostics
cents.
confirming advised lupus delivers unparalleled utility. That's X-ray Golf November, XGN.
XGN, I know this company. And then 2 weeks later, it went back up to like 550. But it was just people, people who knows the company, people who rented car from the company, investors who invested money, and they just hype it up.
Yep.
And that's exactly what's happening with Revlon, man. I'm telling you, it's all a little steps thing to get people in and then collect their profit and get out.
Absolutely. That's something like sometimes you just got to be okay with missing out. Like I didn't catch that one. You're not going to catch every single thing. I mean, it depends. To your point, if there's a big team in place, there's a lot of pairs of eyes on a screen. You'll be able to see everything.
It's just really traders, man. Investors are raising the price just so they could collect, man, because they like the companies going to trash.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to make my money that I'm about to lose and get out.
Mm-hmm. Now,
and that's what's happening with this. So people who doesn't know, they know Revlon, they know cosmetic and all that stuff. And then they like, oh yeah, this low. Let me get in. Let me buy.
Yeah.
They have no idea what's happening. They don't even know that there's chapter 11 happened. They just know the stock is trending and then it's happening and they want to be a part of it.
And that's why as a day trader too, like someone like you would seize that opportunity yourself, right? Because you're like, oh man, look at this. And that was on me too, because I noticed it. And I said Revlon. Now, when you hear Revlon is a staple makeup company. This thing has been around forever.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen everyone's mama, grandmama, auntie, sister, everyone is using Revlon. So I'm like, wow, this thing is at $1. Let me get in here, especially when there's news dropping. But then I was like, bankruptcy. I said, no. I said, I'm good.
Yeah.
I can't, I'm not in the mood for that. Just to watch it go up to the 9. But then I saw the news where I was like, why is this thing going up? And then I saw the news and I was like, I said
mRNA, Moderna.
that could have been an
share
opportunity for
down
me to also take
2.95
advantage
cents at
of the hype.
$127.
Yep, that's what's happening, man. They're
Moderna
just hyping it
CEO
up to
said,
collect profit, man, and then
regarding a
it's gonna
potential
drop
lawsuit against Moderna, said
right
we
back
cannot rule
where it
out
belongs,
anything.
man. Because I think
Currently
they
have a
done.
patent lawsuit against BioNTech.
Right where it belongs.
Yeah, right where it belongs, man. How much money they owe? Like billions of dollars, man. They in debt for like they say 11 billion or something. Let's see.
Yeah, someone got arrested. Maybe Jeff Bezos. Maybe.
Romeo, November Alpha.
You said someone got arrested?
As soon as you said that, I looked over to him like, what? Damn, time. Someone said watching time getting shorted 500K shares in the last half hour. Damn. And that's, I'm saying short. Although I don't do this often, like I think I did it for more learning experiences just to see what that would look like. You can bet against a stock, right? So in this case, like Revlon, I can say, I don't believe in this thing right now. This thing is going to go back to, I don't know, zilch. I can bet against it and make money as it goes down as well.
Yeah.
However, I don't really focus on that. I mean, it depends on the news. Like something has to happen. Like, Revlon CEO was trafficking little kids. I would probably go and short that. Although I don't normally do it, but I would do it because I know that news is going to have a dramatic impact right away. Not to be so dramatic, and I don't use that example lightly, but just to give you an example, if it's something terrible, I might go and take a short position somewhere and call it a day.
Yeah, I don't mess with that, man. Have you seen the show Billions?
No.
You gotta check it out, man. It's about trading. People actually trade
DBRG,
stocks,
Digital Bridge,
but
announcing
trading,
$200
man.
million
And
share buyback.
they show you
That's
all
Delta
the
Bravo
inside
Romeo Golf,
information that happens
DBRG.
in trading. And it's a cool one because there's this guy who did trying to do a position like that, trying to short the stocks, and woke up the next morning and that shorting stocks is not something you want to play with, man.
RX Direct announcing a new CFO, Delta Romeo X-Ray.
But for the people who don't know, you gotta have 25,000 in your account in order to be able to do that. So,
you see, Webull. Now this is where I say with the platform.
PME, Pingtime Marine Enterprise, regains compliance with NASDAQ minimum bid price requirement. That's Papa Michael Echo.
I don't really care for that news, but it doesn't mean that it's not big news. But with Webull, if you have $2,000 in your account, you can short a stock. That's crazy, right?
really?
It threw me off. It threw me off. And when I first switched to Webull, I said, I'm not putting, all my funds in there. Let me put a small amount. And I think I literally put like maybe 1,500 just to test it. And I didn't see the short option. But when I made profit, I think I made like $500-600 at some point. And then when I looked again, I saw that I can short stocks. And on Webull, there's like a community, like literally it's like a social media app as well, where you can like speak to other traders underneath the same stock that you're trading or that you're looking at.
Diversified, announcing plans.
And they was like, once you have $2,000 in your account, you can short a stock. I was like, oh man.
Outdoor Solutions.
So this is what I mean by like, certain platforms have different perks, and I don't know how they get away with that. I don't know.
Nah, that's a good thing then.
DAO, Valaris announcing contract awards and
TD,
status
you gotta
update.
have like 25K because don't forget you actually borrowing the share. So they want to make sure you could cover.
Yeah. But when I tried to short with
PMCB, Pharmasite Biotech announcing additional quality control assay confirms stability of SIP cap cells. That's Papa Michael Charlie Bravo, PMCB.
How is SIGA? SIGA. You see what I'm doing? The company is not even named SIGA, but it's SIGA.
Non-binding MOU to provide.
Oh, okay. It took a nice pullback. That thing went up to 1330 and came all the way back.
With cargo drones. That's Michael Delta Golf Sandy.
DBRG has a buyback of 200 million shares, but how many shares do you even have out in the open in the first place? That's my question. They
Yeah,
got
there's no volume at all.
they have right now in their free float, they have 626 million shares. So that's like a third, I would say, that they're buying back. I don't even know what to do with that in my brain. I'm like, there's no volume.
Yeah, there's nothing. But RMED is coming back, created a nice little pattern. I like there's a nice entry right here at 51 cents
Mm-hmm.
that I would like. Um, yeah, I would definitely get on that 51 cents because
Now,
it's creating this cup handle pattern that I could see the little curve, that U thing that looks like
mm-hmm.
a cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
So
guys, again, the terminology that he's using, believe me, I was you once upon a time ago. I was like, what are you talking about? Show me.
yeah, if I
Again,
if I take a cup and put it right there, you'll see like the curve of the cup. That's why they
mm-hmm.
call it a cup handle. And then you're gonna see like once he break that pattern, which is where my line is right now. That shows the line right here, and it goes to 52. It's gonna do this little zigzag like the handle of the cup,
Mm.
and that's what's gonna give you the little indicator that okay is gonna go higher.
Yeah, this thing is. Yeah, this thing is. It did a nice dip. I expected a pullback because, like I said, people is gonna wanna.
Yeah, I was expecting 48, but 46 is even amazing.
And mind you, this is coming from what is this? I mean, 36 cents. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, what it really started from was like 32 cents or whatever. So there's still so much potential upside. Like the downside is not even that terrible. Like even if it were to go back, like that's not. I'd be able to live with myself.
Yo, check out this company that I just looking, RBCN, from
RBC.
9 to like 18. So
God, what? Look,
but
what?
yeah, the news is pushing it though, man.
You said RBCN?
Yeah, it's right there on my screen. Let me put it
Rubicon.
on the bigger thing.
Yeah. Why? Damn. Yeah, some news must have just dropped on this thing. Like it just dropped.
Yep, just dropped at 8. It actually did, yeah, around 8 o'clock, and then they just yep, they keep dropping it again. So
It dropped at 8 o'clock, and that's what made it do that. The crazy
and
thing for
then
me
8:35.
is like what kind of orders went through, like, and this is good, right? Like, was this one person that said, "Yo, let me buy a ton of shares," and it jumped to that
Yeah.
price?
Oh no, it could be multiple people who just see the potential of the news as well, and jump on it.
Because that's crazy. That's a quick, and guys, that jump was in how many minutes from that nine
Let's see,
dollars to
from
18?
3 minutes, from 8:02. Uh, yeah, like 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, it make like $9 a share.
So again, this is just to kind of show you guys the potential. Like if you were in this, I don't know if for some reason you were holding this from yesterday, I mean from last Friday at $9, you would have woke up and within three
Hmm.
minutes, this thing is up another $9. That's a $9 per share profit, like you mentioned, in 3 minutes. And obviously there was a huge sell-off,
And you
clearly,
sell off, man.
but not too bad because it's still, I mean, yeah, it did
Oh
drop
yeah,
back
it
down
looks
to
like it's
14.
it's, it's going, man. It's going.
Yeah. The 14, that pullback right there where it was hovering in the 14s, that would have been like a nice little let me see because it was hovering around that 14 for a while.
But to go back, man, to RMED, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I told people like the interest was 51, as you could see, it took another dip. So um, sometimes people would see. Let me put it on a bigger to explain this little trick real quick that happened here. Sometimes people would see this, right?
Mm.
They see it start going up, and then they'll try to buy in this section because
Mm.
they think it's going up, but not seeing if you pay attention to the pattern of creating this breakout section right here to say, okay, you know what? If it doesn't pass this section, I won't buy. And that's exactly what happened. It touches it and then go right back down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the pattern people wants to pay attention to. Is it playing the breakout? The breakout is to make sure it passed the last high that it was in. So it touches 50. It trying to touches again, touch it, and come right back down. So now it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
do it again. And if you break out from that line, there's a potential of it going to like, around 52, even 54. And if you break like the 53.69, potential 56. And that's how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now it's like, because I feel like whoever was going to collect profit at this point already did it. Like this is just because where it dipped down to what, the 46. I mean, not to say that it can't do what it wants to do, but as you can see, it's recovering. So they're trying, and I mean, this thing is now what, at 13 million shares now, so it's already trading literally 10 times its average. Like I
Yeah,
said,
14, yeah, it's at 14 million shares.
it's literally in second place, and it's counting. Like, time kind of slowed down a little bit. Now it's at 14 for sure. So yeah, the last 14 days, this RMED has been trading 1.3 million shares per day. Trades being exchanged. Right now it's the market isn't even open yet. So when we
It's
say the
already at
average,
14. Yep. So that means there's a big potential for gaining for
this is
sure.
crazy. That's
But
crazy.
but do you see the cup? I'm gonna try to see if I could.
Yeah, no, I see the cup now because the cup is right there, and we're waiting for the handle to come up.
Yep. So now if I go, right, like I'm doing this as a cup.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I have this little graph where I'll put and then the handle is gonna happen from this section, and once you get
Mm-hmm.
to 52. And if you look at most of this chart, you'll see even over here, down here, you see it happen
Yep.
and then break out. And once the breakout happened, there goes. So now we're looking for that breakout pattern right there. That's
Mm-hmm.
gonna give us a lot. But I think we're probably gonna have a morning panic the way it's going because it's 8:41 and it's doing that. So
Because if it was going to take off, it would have. All right, doesn't mean that it won't, but
yeah,
you
right
know,
now it's still early to even make any prediction anyway. So
I'm like, yo, I'm hoping for what's his face? I'm hoping for the Robinhood traders and everyone that that gotta wait till 9:30.
yeah,
They
man,
see it, they're like,
that's
yeah, let
bad.
me get in there. And really, it's what's time doing? Yeah, time slowed down a little bit. So
I'm liking this one too. Time is still it's still for me. I like it.
mhm.
The volumes kind of like slow down. Take a look.
Yeah, it's at like 6 mil. It's been at 6 million for a while. Like, so I was watching,
Yeah, I think people were jumping into something else.
yeah, RMED seems to be um what everyone is
Yeah,
looking
it
at.
looks like everyone is shifting to.
Yeah, because they're like, oh man, we don't want to miss out. That fear of missing out is what I count on. You know, and again, guys, to kind of go back to what we were talking about, like I said, setting a daily goal. Like, let's say my goal today is just, let's make $300 a day.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
I
If you do make that 300, even if the stock is keep going, walk
get out.
away. Because the worst that could happen, right? You make $300, and then you're like, oh yeah, it's going up. Let me get back in, and then boom, you lost even more. So and the
Mhm.
the the reason why I'm saying is it happened to me too. Just like I'll make the profit, and I'm like, oh man, this stock can keep going. I'm gonna jump back in, and then
Yeah.
next thing you know, I'm losing.
Yeah. No, I mean this thing definitely has. I mean, I'm looking at it. The volume is strong. It's steadily going up. Right now it's at 14.3. So it looks like it's starting to take over. Like I said, ENDP is the top dog here with 21 million. But if you're looking at the float size, like the amount of shares that's available, let me see ENDP. I'm pretty sure ENDP has like how much ENDP's float. Come on. So EMDP has 233 million shares available for us to trade. So the fact that it's at 21 million isn't really hyping me up unless all 21 million were buy orders. That would be insane. Yes, it would be
Yeah, that
probably
would be
like
something. But yeah, I have history with that stock as well, man. That's why you don't see. I didn't even mention it, man.
the
It one of
ex-girlfriend.
those ENTP, man. That'll give you that little, hype, and then you think things are going the right way, and then next thing you know, it's people just shorting it, man. Especially when is this position to, that big amount available for people to just play around with.
No,
I,
absolutely,
I
man.
stay away from. Yeah, man. I had history with that one as well, man.
That's funny. I'm looking at RMED, and the Haitian in me is RMED. Like I just keep. I
Yeah,
don't know
man.
why.
Yeah. Yeah. I see
I
what you're
don't.
saying, man.
I was like, I'm like trying to spell it out. I'm like, Remed. I was like,
Yeah,
how would you
man.
say that?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I was like, yeah, it
That's
needs to be
funny,
medicine.
man.
It needs to be my medicine. I mean, it has potential to. I mean, I'm looking at. Let me see something.
I'm liking it though, man. I'm telling you, it might be the one LGHL, but we don't
Right.
know. It's still early, so something else
Yeah.
might come in LGHL.
Because Time. Let me see. Time has again 119 million shares. So when I see the 6 million, now it's at 6.7 million. It was at 6.4, then 6.6 for a little while. Like when I see there's that many shares available, like I want to see like much higher volume in order for me to feel like okay, something is going on because it's going to take a lot for that stock to like move.
Mm-hmm.
um Again, we're not looking for huge moves here. Again, depending on
Yeah,
your
at this point, we're just watching, man. We're just really like trying to make prediction and see if they really come true. I think we just we have to keep reminding people we're not giving them any stocks to spend money on or give them financial advice. So
yeah, like yes, please do not, just because you see us doing it, do not do it. Trade at your own risk, do your own due
on
diligence.
risk, yeah.
Yeah, we just want to show you what the day-to-day process looks like. Obviously we've been on since 6 in the morning, and time for me flies in this thing. Like I'll get lost in this. It's like a
Oh
video
man,
game,
me too, man.
if that's
Like
like a
I
good
didn't even know I
example.
was. It's already 8 something, man. Felt like
Yeah,
I just sat down.
look
uh,
at
oh yeah, I have history with that stock as well.
Apron.
APRN.
I did hear the shout out on the squawk, but I don't know what that thing is doing. That thing is, what's that, Blue Apron? That's that food delivery. Is that what that
Yeah,
is?
man. I had history with that stock. I think I have a couple screenshots when it went up to $28. A lot of people, yeah, I remember that day, man. Even now, the same thing that happened to you happened to one of the kid that I was helping as well, and he was just he was like it was so tight, man. It's like
He's like, get this bullshit
yeah,
out
it's
of
like
here.
yeah, man. I was like in it. He's just like I was in it. Why did I get out?
Hmm.
That's the worst, man. Why did I get
Um,
out?
I don't know
APRN.
what your L2 looks like, but if you go back to RMED, um, RMED, I see there might be some resistance at the 5088. I mean, that's definitely the wall. Um, I see 23,000 on Weeble. I don't know. What do you see on yours in terms of like resistance? as a wall
I
right now?
see 47, 47.9. Because that's what he's doing right. Oh, there you go. It just broke 48. Yep, it's about to go. Yeah,
It's about to get aggressive.
47.9 is where it was stopping, but it just broke it. Nah, it's about to pick up right now. Or it just
Damn.
can't. Yeah, we're gonna probably see it by 9 o'clock. So for like 15 minutes, so it's gonna keep doing that thing. But by 9 o'clock, we're gonna see the jump. But I'm loving what's happening, man, because FDA clearance like that, and especially is doing what it's doing, because you don't want it to just keep going pre-market that much.
Yeah. You want it to be conservative.
You know it's gonna bounce back. So just like I like the fact that it's taking its time, and I think at 9:30 we're gonna see the action, the real action on what it's supposed to be doing.
And then on top of this too, the free float on this one is 31 million. So, and it's already traded 14 million. It's already traded half its available shares. So that's what I want to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, clearly someone is shorting. Someone is doing something. Because
I think they'll be afraid to do that. I mean, today is only Tuesday. Yeah, you might be right, man. If it
what
was
am I looking
Friday,
at?
I would say people would be afraid to even short the stocks over the weekend. But
Yeah,
nah, I believe it's gonna be. Yeah, they're gonna let go. They're gonna probably cover their position.
right before opening because they don't want to be a part of
Hmm.
that halt up. They're not trying to.
They might want
they're
to
not-
cover right at the open, and it's gonna jump back up because that news probably scaring them right now. They probably trying to hold on, be like, "No, you not going back up."
Yeah, and the hard to borrow. So that's some of the things too. Even when you're shorting stocks, some are easier to borrow, some are hard. But when they're hard, that interest rate comes in, and right now that fee is at. Again, guys, some of the terminologies we'll use, you won't understand it completely. Feel free
Not
to
yet.
drop comments. We'll even do things like host private sessions for questions that you guys may have and things like that. But just bear with us. So right now the borrow rate is 39.96%, which isn't too shabby. I prefer to see it at like 200% right now, though. I don't want nobody to short nothing.
Hmm.
Leave your
Yeah, but there's you're gonna find it because there's people that's how they trade, man. They don't look at the upside at all. They just looking for these things to crash. Yeah, that's all they look at, man. They just only
right.
focus on what's crashing, and if it's not crashing, they'll find a way to make it happen.
Absolutely. They're trying their best. I'm dead. What's my wife is like, I got an appointment. I said, what? You talking about? That's not on my calendar. About to be like, bring the baby down to me. I can't leave the screen right now.
Yeah, man, and that's the beauty, man, of being able to be next to your kids and let them watch what you're doing because kids pick up so quick, man.
Oh yeah.
Even though they probably act like they don't know what's happening, just by watching it, man, they picking up so quick, man.
Yeah, making you feel obsolete. Like the stuff that my daughter was doing at, listen, man, the ages of 2, 3, 4, 5. I was probably eating a box of crayons at those ages. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
And
know
she's
if it's
over
the
here.
food, man, but yeah, these kids are, I don't know, man.
I'm like,
They
what are you
just
doing
catch
over
up
there?
so quick, man. It's crazy.
Let's go, RMED.
Let's see what it's doing. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna drop, man. It's gonna drop. And I'm loving it though. I'm loving it.
Too many like this thing. It dropped all the way for 6. Now it's coming right back up. I was like, that's whoever's shorting, they feeling that pressure. They're like, come on, man, this thing is not.
Mhm.
Because I've seen a pattern like this where it looks like, because it's slowly doing it. It's not like it's a dramatic drop. It's just climbing, and it's like this thing looks like it wants to break even past the 55. To be honest,
Yeah, it's early, man. I'm not even tripping. Dude. It's gonna do exactly morning panic, man. That's what's gonna happen.
buy the dip,
But it did.
buy the dip. Let's see if there's something else taking love away from it.
Yeah, this game is definitely not for everybody, man. It's like you gotta have the patience, and patience is definitely something you need to have.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta wait for the perfect timing.
It's incredible, man.
Incredible, man. I just love it, man.
Over here having my breakfast. The highest bid on Weeble, according to Weeble, is 45.66.
45.66.
And then I
Mine is
look at yours.
47.5.
You see, and that's the thing in my brain where I'm like, why the difference? And if that's the case, if I place an order right now, it won't pick it up. Like even if I see your prices and I try to do that here, that's why I was like, this is it like specific to each platform? Things like that. But
Yeah, probably not showing yet. Oh, you might have to do like a limit order or something.
where's Jasmine? You want to bring it to me? Oh.
PWTR Twitter shares moving a bit here. $38.16. Tango Whiskey Tango Romeo.
Where you headed? So what? This for your facial? Again, guys, if you guys have any questions, anything like that, feel free to jump in the chats and ask away.
The day just getting started, man. We just getting started. Yeah, I think my next CansCon, yeah, I'm gonna do. I usually do it like every hour stuff. By 9 o'clock, I'm gonna go through it again. See what did I miss. I could do it start now.
Yeah, so, Gina's made this point many times, and I just want to stress, 95% of their revenues come from selling cars. The other 5% come from the energy division that has negative gross margin. So to say this isn't a car company, I think is just dead wrong. And when you think about the investment that about this, guys,
This is hilarious. So let me.
Yeah, we might see a drop down to 40 cents again.
I'll buy more. What do I care? And this is why too, you also don't go all in. You don't put your entire account into it, because it's like, at the end of the day, why is this thing not coming up? This thing is disrespecting me, man. Hey, why are you not showing your face? I'm over here trying to share my screen. This thing said, yo, it's no longer available. I had to wake up the desk.
XRX, Xerox acquires Go Inspire, X-Ray, Romeo X-Ray.
What am I even looking at right now?
AJG, Arthur Gallagher acquires Security Associates of Southern California Insurance Services, terms not disclosed. That's Alpha Julia Golf.
Let me give the mic to the man in the background dropping that info.
CFBK, CF Bank shares, announcing 25% increase in its quarterly dividend. That's Charlie Foxtrot Bravo Kilo.
Look at this one that I have on my screen right now. This usually bring companies a lot higher. They just actually paid off 17.5 million.
Strategies, Michael Trolley.
Oh, say no more.
Yeah,
Mullen,
so
I made a nice little coin
might
off that.
that might go take it off somewhere. So that's why. See, that news just dropped at 9 o'clock on the dot, yo.
And that can shift the whole market over to like.
It's already doing it right now. It's volume already coming in. Let's see where it's at now. 2 million.
AIHS, Send Me Out Technology, launching ride-hailing platform in Harbin, in China. Alpha India Hotel Sandy.
I was like, ain't no one selling nothing. They're like, nah, we're gonna hold our shares today.
Yeah, especially when they start paying off debt like that, that means something big is coming as well.
And that's funny. Mullen was actually, I'm pretty sure you noticed it as well. There was a time where it was like under 80 cents. And it was like the stock was being like over shorted, like with shares that shouldn't even exist.
Advisory committee to review AMX 0035.
So like, there was like a whole push behind that. And mind you, I was like, but that's something you would have had to wait like.
7th, that's Alpha Michael Lima X-Ray.
That's something you would have had to wait like two weeks for, because surely enough.
SIDU, Sided Space, celebrates the successful space qualification of Druva Space satellite.
Yeah, man, 112 entry
for Mullen.
Yeah,
Sandy India Delta uniform.
And
MULN, Mullen eliminates $17.5 million in company debt. That's Michael Uniform.
Notice my mentor caught that before this guy. There. And here's the crazy thing. I'm not the only one listening to this guy. Obviously, he's like on a whole different platform thing. But
right?
Like the platform that he's on, look, best believe that alone might get some people to run over there and look. So Mullen is another electric car company competitor. Their car actually looks really good, man. To be honest with you.
Yeah, man, that's a it could be we could be looking at a long term on this.
No, absolutely. I mean, it could definitely make some sort of a meaningful increase today. It depends. Again, guys, we're not looking for a dollar raise, a $2 raise, or anything like that. But like he says, like $1.12. That's because that's where I see like that resistance has been for them.
Yeah, Alex on that FDA news shares popped to
Um,
$21.70, up
okay, total
$1.23.
debt
That's
was
off Michael Lehman X-ray.
22.1 million. If they pay 17, wow, dude, that yeah, it's gonna go.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's gonna take some people some time to get that
Yeah,
information,
to
but
get that information to jump in. But once they hear that, they're gonna jump in because if they had 22 million and they pay 17, that's almost more than 50% of more than 70, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah, no,
of
that's
covering
that's
that
a
debt.
lot.
Yeah, that's a lot from 22 to 17. So now they only owe like
AMLX now
5
spiking here,
million or even
23.10,
less.
alpha Michael Lehman X-ray.
So 111, 112. Yeah, man, it's gonna go. But I would, to be really on the safe side, I would go to like 136.
Yeah, you're looking at the other one, right?
Yeah,
Because this thing was like at $4 or so. I think this was like in March or something. I was looking at this thing. If you go to March, like this thing, like it was like at 50 cents or like 70 cents, and it jumped up to like around $4 or something like that.
there was today, July 5th,
Yeah.
and we're looking at MULN at $1.
Hmm.
I'll give you a week. We might see like it's gonna go, man. I'm telling you, this is it. And I've seen this so many times where once they pay up, when they start paying off debt like that, it's because they're trying to attract more investors,
Yep.
and that's a beauty, man. But that 50 cents,
That
was
was
looking good, man.
but listen, man, because I was like, what the hell? But then that's why I started doing all the research and then the conspiracy, not necessarily conspiracy, because like this thing is being shorted like two times its float, which doesn't even make
Yeah.
sense.
Are
The
you
share,
are you seeing the time it sells? More buyers than sellers. Look
yeah,
at the
look at
little
the
red and green that's showing
yep,
on the screen. Is
look,
more people are
4,500.
buying. Yep, more people are buying than selling.
Yeah, because they're
And
like,
those are
hell,
probably people covering the shares that was trying to short it. You see, it keep coming back. You could see only two little dots of red, and everything else is green. So buyers are coming in.
yeah, because now look, because yesterday it closed at 108, so it's still down 4 cents from yesterday's close, but that thing is trying to, yeah, that
Yep,
thing
they
is gonna
cover,
rip
they
a little bit.
covering, they covering, they
Yeah, you
covering
want
the
to short the
shares.
stock? Yeah, you want to short, huh?
They
Cover
were
all the
about
way to
to.
130.
Yeah, they were about to, but nah, it's about to take off, man. 105, boom, and then 106, boom. But me, yeah, 136. I think I'm a wait. What was the first one I used, man? Let's see the first indicator I used for this. I'll do 5 minutes. Yeah, 112.
News,
Yeah, I could do 112.
no, no, news, finance, financial statements, news, analysis. Is this analysis right now? They like buy 100%.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna
I mean,
tell you
this
that. Yeah, it's looking good, man.
corporate actions, press release, profile. Oh, that's garbage. You see, because on the app, what I wanted to show on the screen, which is funny, is because like I said, Webull has has that feature where traders, or whether they're in the trade or not, but they're having discussions and stuff. And some of the comments are so funny. Obviously you can tell, like, when people's trying to sway people to follow them, like, oh man, this thing is gonna drop, man. You gotta short this, because they probably in a short position and they down. So they're like, oh, this ain't gonna last too long. Give it a nah, they struggling. And it's so funny, but sometimes you might get that one person that's in there that actually, and you can kind of tell by the terminologies that they use and things like that. But it's always so funny. Actually, let me do it now. Mullen is gonna jump at least. I'm not gonna lie to you, with retail traders, again, they did it before, man. They made that thing go $2 in a day, man.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it, man. I'm telling you, even time and sales is showing exactly who's in charge right now. See, buyers are in charge. Like, people are buying nonstop. Someone just bought 10,000 shares because they know.
Yeah, they're like, enough is enough.
Yeah, enough,
And they're
man.
looking
They
for
go
like
in.
a 20 cents gain too with that purchase. Like 10,000 shares, give me 20 cents, I'm out.
Yeah, man. They and like, yeah, they own this. Yeah, they're going. And see the buyers coming in.
The
Look
106.
at that, man.
Yo, my mentor called it first, man. Yes,
And that tells you.
Yes,
That tells you so much, bro. That tells you so much, man. Look, someone just bought 8,700 shares. Like,
at 106 too. They like this.
They own it, man. They already see the potential. Like, and
Well,
time and sales tells you, look, buyers are in charge. Like, the sellers are coming in, but you could tell people were trying to short it, and now they just buying back their shares.
Right.
Because buyers are coming in, man. And after that news, like 17.5 million from a 22 million in debt, like,
yeah, nah,
that's a big gain right there.
Because I'm like looking at
Boeing, ESG, and Lufthansa Technik expand partnership to support German P-8A Poseidon fleet. Boeing, ESG, and Lufthansa Technik will be team responsible for executing P-8A sustainment program in Germany. That's Bravo Alpha.
That's Bravo Alpha. He be killing me too with that shit.
XBev.
Yeah.
When they start saying
the army shit, that shit be funny as hell to me.
X Bravo Alpha. XBev.
Look, they said Nancy Pelosi is in RBCN. Clearly an inside trading move. I'm dying right now.
Oh yeah, most of these people do inside trading, man.
Yeah. That's funny.
They own it, inside trading, man. Especially pharmaceutical companies, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because before they approve a drug, they have to go in, and then once they know, like, they get the green light, everybody in that room gonna have to buy, because they know they just approved the drug. So that makes perfect sense. And then they were trying to pass a law with people like that not allowed to trade stocks.
Yeah, well, she doesn't trade. Her husband does. So her husband, I mean, obviously that's pillow talk.
Of course, information is gonna have passed down, but yeah, they should not.
I was like, if you're married to the person, you shouldn't be able to trade either. That's the crazy thing. Because obviously, okay, she can't do it, but okay, her husband can. That's why her husband is
probably
one of the most
making
successful
billions and all that stuff, man. All that information.
Yep. Tell me about it, man. Who's trying to short Mullen right now? Y'all can't be serious.
They trying. Nah, they selling. They selling this stuff, man. They like, we gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta cover. We gotta make moves, because we're not even trying.
They cover. That's all they doing, man. Covering.
Yeah, they're like, listen, we'll do what we have to do, because this one is high as what, 106. I mean, it closed yesterday at 108. It had a high yesterday of 110. It had a low of, I said yesterday, but the last trading day, Friday, it had a low of, it was at 90 cents, a high of 110. So that's like a nice little 20 cents difference throughout the day, but I feel like it's going to recover all of that tonight. This is something you definitely just sit on for a few days, because people might just try to, on the low, not pay attention to it. But like you said, give it a few days. The next minute, you know.
Stop capping.
For those tuning in,
and even go ahead.
No. For anyone tuning in, if you have any questions, what the hell we're doing, you don't understand what we're talking about, the terminologies, drop comments. We'll be able to answer them. If you have a question about a stock, we can look at it real quick as we do our own day trading. But yeah, hit us up in the comments. Let us know. My apologies, King. Go ahead.
But I was saying the reason why it's showing you all the positivity of what this company is about, man. They have $61 million in cash, so they have money. Plus, they just received reached an agreement to $275 million funding. To it's almost like it's right there, like they knew it was coming. So it's yeah, man. I'll predict this, man. Like it's gonna go somewhere. It's gonna go somewhere, but let's not forget about this too, right here too.
RMED.
You're mad.
That's hilarious.
Oh, I'm loving this, man. $61 million in cash, so they have money.
Yeah. Look, you see it, they keep trying to fight it, but I'm like, this is what's about to happen, because we saw all those buys and all those orders at like 106, people covering. That thing's gonna fly right back up there.
And plus, 15 minutes, we're gonna know exactly which way it's gonna go. They're gonna trying to buy back. It's gonna drop probably.
Letter F, Ford
80.
says outperforms industry in June. Sales up 31% on strong F series and SUV mix.
Ford. I remember when Ford was.
I'm confused. Why this company is still so low,
best-selling
man?
electric truck in June, as EV sales jumped
That's confusing to me,
77%.
too.
Lincoln SUV sales up 44%.
It's almost like it's a politic
Letter
thing,
F,
man.
Ford press release from the company.
It's the best-selling electric
There's
truck.
a Ford moving a bit higher now, $11.10.
Of course, it's the best-selling electric truck. It's the best-selling truck. Period. Ford. The F-150 is that's their bread and butter. You know, followed by the Mustang and some other stuff. And even their electric Mustang is dope, man. The Mustang, I forgot what it's called, the Mach-E Mustang. It's clean, beautiful.
Yo, you
car,
see
man.
my screen? Let me tell you some dumb stuff I did. Look, I bought 300 shares at what was it, a couple of years ago?
Ford reporting
300 shares at 245, right?
Sales of 152,000.
And being impatient so much, bro, I sold it at
31
175, and then the shit went up to like
Ford
9.
says demand for new vehicles remains strong.
Yeah, I remember we was talking about it that day, and it was at like $6 at that point, and you called it out. You was like, "Yo, 9 is coming." You was like, "Imp."
PSHG,
And I was like, "What?"
shipping,
And then I looked at it, and I was like, "Okay." And mind you, like maybe
that's Papa Sandy Hotel X-ray.
Crazy,
Performance
man.
Shipping announces delivery of
Papa Sandy
FMX
Hotel Golf
tanker
Correctional.
Sophia. I was about to say, and you called it, and it's so funny because that day in general, a lot of oil stocks was flying. You had INDO, you had IMPP, you had HUSA. Yeah, clearly that day was memorable for me because I was just looking at everything. I'm like, all of this is up in pre-market like crazy. Best believe when that bell opened, though. When that bell opened, though, everything.
And I being impatient, man, I took a loss when I could gain something. Look at this other one right there, MTech.
Oh, I thought you went back to freaking Mullen. I'm like 164.
They just released the news like 1 minute ago saying going to the moon mission.
Mm-hmm.
They received a purchase order for what the A new purchase order comes in the back of two purchase order total of 600,000 in June. Is that a space? The Jupiter space is designed for both parachute two landers and orbiters, overseas camera operation, image processing, additional processing, including a hosting landing algorithm. Okay, so this is a company probably gonna help NASA to land on the moon. Like, what is going on here? Neptune Space. Marriage Text is been chosen by Space 2, a science education company, to take part of the. Oh wow, dude, this is huge. This is a science company who's to take part of the lunar mission that's happening in Israeli lunar spacecraft. So open for trade at $3. That was in February. Yeah, bro, you're gonna hear that from that guy soon. This is not small. This is it could just be a hype. So if it's not, this is big.
Right.
Yeah, they receive a purchase order for 600,000. That's another nice one.
RMED.
RMED. Is it
It
moving?
hurts to me. I'm never gonna forget that stop because of that, bro. I'm telling you that right now because
Oh yeah, it's coming back up. Yeah, that's why that line is so important to me. Like right here at 50.09. Until it passes that, it really doesn't mean much to me at all.
what?
That breakout point that I mean, even though 56 would have been a nice one as well. To be on the safe side, it would be like 56. 56 cents will be my entry, just to be safe. Got 10 minutes.
10 minutes is
Gonna tell us where that thing going, if it's going south or if it's going north. But look at MTech, dude. It's moving.
Yeah, I'm on. I look like a fool on the screen, mouth open, so I'm over here. Okay, you're not even the only people. It's pretty. Tech looking aggressive. It's above the VWAP, even the EMA, this thing.
Yeah, it's taking off, man.
At 118 too. You see? This is why it's crucial. You got a team. This is beautiful. I'll wait for a pullback though. I'm all right.
Yeah, it's looking good, man.
It's looking strong. It's looking like I'm seeing strong support on my L2 at 163, man. It's like
172,
11,000.
173. Yeah, it's moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what took the love. Yeah, but there's some huge asking orders on my end too. Like it's making that nice coming, but it's looking like the 170s people is trying to like break even.
Yeah, $2, 212 is already showing on level 2. So
yeah, they're like, yeah, people are trying to like leave right here. I can see it. They're like, oh, 170. Let me get out right here.
Let's see.
Whoever's shorting.
Yeah, whoever playing games. But I don't think anyone would do that with that unless they know something that we don't know. But with that kind of like purchase orders, meaning like the company is bringing in money, I mean, it's still, if someone doesn't like it, if they like that company is like a competition,
Mm.
they might still want to go find a way to bring it down. But nah, it's doing exactly. Maybe at open it might drop down to 149. If it
Yeah,
does,
yeah. I'm I'm trying to see if it's gonna find according to Weeble here. What was VWAP? VWAP is at what 156. So I'm trying to look for like a little support there. Like if it can maintain that. Damn. Hold on, I got something. Let me open up these charts, man.
VCKA, Vickers Vantage Corporation, announcing extension of deadline, announces shareholder approval of extension of deadline to complete business combination. That's from an 8K filing.
Thank you, but no thanks. Appreciate you.
That's Victor Charlie Kilo Alpha.
Mm. 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 MTech would have been nice. Lucky I didn't see that. I'm waiting for the poll. Look, someone is like MTech still. I'm looking at what MTech volume is increasing dramatically, man.
it's moving, man.
Yeah, come back down to like the one. See now, VWAP dropped down to 157. The EMA is at like 167. It's looking like it's holding at the EMA, but let me see 167, 167. Come on, buyers, don't give up, man.
Nah, it's looking good, man.
Yo, boss, man, just get like 10 million shares real quick to now. Yo, can you imagine you see that on the times of sales, man? Like you just
10 million.
yeah, you just see 10 million one order.
Yeah, we'll have to. They'll probably break it down on. Oh yeah, this is it, man.
Yeah, because that
This is it.
167 is holding. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Mm-hmm.
This is it, man.
Like,
We're gonna see $2. We might even see $2 before the market is open.
Everyone is like, God damn.
Yeah, everyone is on there.
Look, Rev worth watching. No one is looking at Revlon, brother. I'm good with that. That thing has to drop back to $1 for me to be like, all right, maybe.
That thing is a trap, man. I think people saying that people probably bought it at that high, and then they trying to get people to go back in to raise the price back to where they got it from the $6, $7, $8, $9.
They're sitting right there at the top at $9.89. You better sell and take your loss.
I'm good, man. Not that Chapter 11. Stay away. Yeah,
He said,
stay away. Chapter 11, just stay away from that.
It's fucked up. Stay away from that oil.
Chapter 11, yeah.
Someone's like, oil, buy the dip. Man, I'm done with Imp. Imp actually had like a nice, decent run. It went down to like 39 cents and it actually climbed back up to like around $1. But now it's right back to like 40 cents or something. I'm like, damn. It goes to show you, man.
Yeah.
Imp was just $9, man. I remember that day too. $9. I didn't think it was going to go back to that because honestly, before that huge push, it was already at 40, 50 cents. And then it pushed to that 9 in like a short amount of time, even maybe a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. And then right back down. So now it's like, if it's at 40, I'm like, I might throw a little something in there just to leave it there. Because these oil prices, man, they killing me out here, man. I'm like, I'm about to get an electric, bro. I gotta.
Oh hell.
They said MTech may flush down at open. Yeah, you probably shorting. That's why. Probably devastated. Probably shorted at like 140, thinking he was good. I mean, RMED is still holding strong, 16.9, but it definitely time is also up in thing.
OP, Ocean Pal announcing time charter contract for MV Calypso. That's Oscar Papa, OP.
Overpowered, OP. What is that? 46 cents. I'll be right back. Actually, let me go see if my youngest, my baby, 5 months old, is up, so I can take
Alright.
her, bring her downstairs to the live stream.
All right, that sounds good, man.
Yep. Look. What? You see what I'm saying? Boss lady's already down here. Look. Isn't that crazy, y'all? What I just said is say, let me go upstairs to go get the baby just in case. And look.
And look at that.
VUZI, Vuzix receives follow-on volume order for smart glasses to further support logistics operations in a Fortune 100 retailer. That's Victor Uniform
What's
Zulu India, VUZI.
Oh, you go with stay there.
ESX, Diana Shipping announcing time charter contracts for MV Electra with related, with Refined Success and MV New York with C Transport. That's Delta Sandy X-Ray DSX.
You can take the one out of my pocket. That's fine. I have the spare key down here too, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Jasmine, they can't even see you, girl. Come, let me teach you something. Yeah. Always trying to eat something.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. That's how life's supposed to be, man. We'll be at home with our kids and
That's it.
just make it happen, man. Nothing
That's
else,
it.
man. The idea of there it is, the bell.
U.S. markets now open.
Oh, look at that panic on RMED.
Oh, where's MTech?
MTech is taking off. Oh, MTech is out.
Yeah, it was just waiting for the regular regular
people.
BBI Biotech halted on a circuit breaker. Bravo India had a reverse split, and shares hitting a high of $4.33. 1 for 45 reverse stock split went into effect this morning, and shares now getting a pop here after the open. That's Bravo India.
RMED, give me a little pullback.
Yeah, it's taking up. It's coming back.
RMED, give me a little pullback real quick, man. Come here.
Now the next one is gonna tell if it goes back to 50. It's
NVAX, Novavax, Nuvax.
Yep, bro, this is it, man. It's going.
Vaccine conditionally approved in the European Union for adolescents aged 12 through 17.
I'm just watching. I'm not even.
Yeah, me too. I'm watching it to see what it does.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what the world gives us.
MTech. Oh yeah, $2, man. That thing is gonna take off.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that thing to pull back down for me to like 170. Come on, do me a favor.
Yeah, no, the way it's looking, man, I think it's
aggressive.
Yeah, it's going. We have orders at 244 sitting there, so.
I don't like that slowdown. See, there you go. Once you see that slowdown,
yeah, I like that. I like that little pullback. I'll take that.
I'm waiting for the panic.
Yeah, this one is gonna tell us. I think the panic happened on morning panic.
There it
it's
is.
happening to RMED. Morning panic right here. See morning panic.
Limit is at 10 cents.
Yeah. 41. Yep, there goes that morning panic. But I love it.
Looking at it, it's at 43 now. It dropped down to. Oh, yeah. They trying to drop this down, but it's not happening.
Nah, it's coming back up now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, you know, when you talk about multiple screens, instead of keep clicking back.
Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1.65% after the open. S&P 500 down 1.79%. Nasdaq Composite down 1.91%.
Come on, boss. You startling my daughter, man. Love the volume on that, man.
She's like, what is going on? Who is that speaking?
Yeah, that's exactly what she's looking. She's like, that's too loud for me, boss. Yeah, MTech definitely wants to go up there, but there's finding a little resistance right at the $2, and now it's taking a nice little pullback.
Oh, she's
Okay.
paying so much attention to you. It's not even funny, man.
Oh, sorry, baby. She's like, get this cord out of my face.
It's like listening and really trying to make sense of what you're saying. Babies are so smart, man. That's precious, man.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, you want to test the computer? You want to play? You want to play?
Precious, man. It doesn't get any better than this, man.
I'm not telling you, man. I'm all for it. I'm doing this for you, baby. You and your sister. This is like the best feeling. You know, it's funny. I'm like a temporary day trader, right? How I feel is because like I'm off this entire week from home. It's calm. Make some money on the market. Yeah, this thing refuses. So it's finding support in the 180s. It's finding resistance at 2. It's like, who's gonna win this? I was like, why are y'all even trying to sell right now? Like, who's?
Nah, they're not selling. It's about to take off to. It's about to go to 2 right now. Yeah, 193. At 193, we'll see the big jump. There you go. No. That thing just reversed. Come on, fill that thing up.
What are you looking at? RMED?
Oh, let me see. Let me go back to that one, see what it does. Yeah. Time actually is the one reversing back nicely. Yeah. Time is doing its thing. TYME. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. It's yeah, but time is picking up early, but
Yeah, I see time. Yeah, everyone is like, time. There you go.
all right, there goes the reverse. RMD. I mean RMED. RMED.
Mm-hmm.
Reversing back.
I'm looking at Lemid and MTech. I'm just watching it like. Yeah, it's trying to get back to that.
MBTCU, Nocturne Acquisition, confirms funding to extend period to consummate initial business combination. That's Michael Bravo Tango Charlie uniform.
Oh yeah, bro. It's out. Oh, it's taking off.
Look at that Lemid.
Yeah, bro. It's out. What was the news on that? Oh, the FDA news. Yeah, it's That's some good trade today, man. Good trade.
So long, partner. So long, partner.
You comfortable? You okay? When Med said, "Hey, man,
Bye, puppy.
hey,
Oh
boo boo."
yeah,
RMED, RA Medical moving
Going.
again here now, about 50 cents, hit a high of 55 cents in the pre-market after the company announced FDA 510K clearance for its Dabra 2 catheter. That's Romeo Michael Echo Delta. BBI, Brickell Biotech shares still halted on that circuit breaker at the highs, $4.33, Bravo Bravo India. Crude selling off sharply this morning, crude dropping to a low of 102.34.
You see that, Med?
Mm-hmm.
Down about 5.3% now.
There goes the entry point coming.
Group saying that crude could
It's gonna break that line.
$45 a barrel on a recession by the end of 2023.
There goes that line. Boom. Come on. Breakout. Breakout. There he goes. There he goes.
S&P futures now down about 75.
There he goes. There he goes.
Yeah, Med.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna go for that 55. Can't go below that line though. We don't want it below that line. Come on, get back up. It's
What are you trying to do? You trying to hit the keyboard?
Yep, there we go. Come on, come on, come on. Pull back again. Man, what an amazing feeling, man, to have your kids right next to you while you're making this thing happen, man.
She just watched Daddy secure some money. That's what she's
Yeah.
watching. Yeah. That's funny too. Now I'm looking at MTech. I'm like,
Yeah, MTech is looking good, man. I'm loving the pattern that's playing on that. Let's see. Yeah, 190, maybe 196, 195.
mm-hmm.
Go back to the scanner real quick.
What's up, baby? What's up?
You see what just happened with MTech, right? Touches
Mhm.
it 194 3 times. So we're
Mhm.
looking at the next time if you break out if you break out from 194, we know we're touching the $2. So entry will be probably like 195, 196. So you could see the three. There you go. There you go. See?
Mhm.
It touches it the fourth time and go up. And there it is, man. We're gonna see that $2.
WSBC, Todd Clausen, company's president and CEO, has announced his intention to retire from those positions with an anticipated retirement date of January 1st, 2024. That is West Banco, Whiskey Sandy Bravo Charlie, WSBC.
MULN, right? If it doesn't go out today, like if you don't see it go up today, I could guarantee you sometime this week, man, it's gonna be the talk.
Israeli
But
defense minister says Iranian
Right,
warships
yeah,
have
because it's
been
sitting there
patrolling the
steady.
Red Sea in recent months.
yeah, there goes $2 for MTech. Yep, it's gonna break that 199 right there. Come on, come on. Dude, this is it right here.
What's the float on MTech anyway? MTech free float is 4.5 million. Yeah, this thing is liable to like go bonkers.
That's true. CHNC.
Wait, like the first.
Yo, this is a low. I don't really like them China stocks, but this thing is like 63%.
Ooh.
CHNC. Might be trash though, might just be a pump and dump. But we're looking at 57 million in volume.
Mm. MTech looking like The sellers is like, nah, man, we shorting this to hell. Yeah, not doing nothing today.
Um, yeah, let's see if it's let's say at 189. How many times it touches? This is a second. Yeah, it's still looking good.
Because it's bouncing off of that
Yeah,
VWAP
it's
too. That
bouncing
one.
off of that, right? I mean, if it goes below
BBI breakdown
189, we might see.
resumes and spiking to new highs now. That's Bravo Bravo India.
What's up, baby? What's up?
BB, Bravo, India, BBI.
Yeah.
BBI with the split.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watched one of those one time. Did a split like that, and then $100 and up, man. Oh yeah, look at that pullback on
I'm like, yeah,
tech.
they rejected it, but it doesn't mean that. Maybe
Oh
it's
no,
just a new
it's not over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those fell breakout right there that happened.
Mm.
It didn't even break the 199. So now we're looking at my next thing will be above $2.
Yeah, because
Because it
now,
might do the exact same thing again, touch the 199 and then come right back down.
and you see, and
DRTS Alpha Tau Medical shares resumed following a circuit breaker halt. Delta Romeo Tango Sandy.
okay, cool. Thanks for that.
Shares at a high of $10.22. Now at $9.97, up 32%. That's DRTS.
That's crazy. This thing only has like a 4 million shares, like 4.8 million shares. That's crazy. I hope this doesn't trigger like a panic because people going to see that and like, nah.
Yeah, I think the panic was on.
Coming up at 10 a.m., factory orders for May, expecting plus 0.5%. Durables ex defense also for May.
Yeah, I'm surprised, man. RMED,
That made
should
it
have been.
finish.
Yeah, it's not done, but I think probably lunchtime it might just wanna do its thing. It should have stayed probably stay above 51, but it dropped right back down again. Let's see.
What else am I looking at right now?
Time. The exact same thing. It looks like the cup handle. No.
What's up, baby? You got your hand in your mouth? You want me to put on the fan for you, girl? You want to put the fan on? Yeah. They probably want to see you more than they want to see me, honey. I don't think they. Where am I? Comments.
Just taking notes, man. That little sponge brain that they have, they catch onto everything, man.
Look at it, looking at the screen because I switched back to the yard. She's like, "What?" People still drunk out here, huh? I mean, it may still break up because I'm seeing huge support for MTech at 178.
DRTS, Alpha Tau Medical, continuing higher now. Delta Romeo Tango Sandy.
Delta Romeo.
KERN, low price stock of Kerna, hitting 17 cents on some volume, Kilo Alpha Romeo November.
The hell just flew into my face? Saw that bug fly into my head? Did you see it? You saw it? Yeah? What you want to do? No, this is not the screen to push buttons. Let me, You pushed the wrong button, girl. Daddy might be in trouble. Let me see. MTech is starting to curl.
Yeah, it's trying to come back. Let's see. Tag. Okay, what else we got?
I wonder if my hotkeys work. Hold on, I set up my hotkeys. What's up? You want me to put you in your little chair? Huh? You want to sit in your little chair? Like that? Yeah. You need a little air? Come, let me put the air on for you. Down here, it's not for the weak. Hold on, bro. Thank you, Jasmine.
Come on. What, the next hour you guys gonna want to jump? What is going on here?
Hey, Cuzzo, do you hear that fan aggressively?
No.
You don't hear nothing. Okay, that's perfect. So, all right, what you guys looking like right now? All right, now I'm all over the place. I'm like, what's the next move here?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing as well, because these things are playing games, man. Yeah, this thing's probably in the middle of the week, probably by tomorrow, Thursday. I see a big jump.
S&P futures near the lows now, down about 76.
Yeah, MTech is like, it's not sustaining.
Yeah. RMED is trying to come back.
RMED. RMED did a nice little curl.
Yep.
That's
Yep,
funny.
it's coming back. That's the patient that some people can't have, right? To just wait.
They said a
Wait
dip
for
down
your
to
target.
42.
Durables ex defense plus 0.7% versus plus 0.6% previously. The May factory orders 1.6% versus plus 0.5%.
Oh, Matt is back.
Oh, my eyes is glued on it. RMED.
Might be the one.
New high.
Yeah, this is it.
Cocktail line. That's overhead Oscar.
Yep, this is it, man. And break that 55 right there. There you go.
S&P futures getting a pop here now, off the low 37.58.
$10. Let's see.
RMED.
Yeah, it does its thing, man. It's going 80%. It's not bad. Are you buying anything today?
I already took limit down the first time. I already got into limit earlier. Um, I got back into it at 47 cents. I'm just looking now. I'm just sitting down.
Yeah, I see 77. Yep,
Mhm.
it's gone, man. It's going. It's going. It's going. Yeah, we might see it. We might see it, man. 77 cents. So hopefully something.
Hey, Michaela. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
No.
My apologies. I just had to take a quick call. So as you guys can see, it's on his screen right now. But obviously, if you look down, it took a dip all the way down to 42 cents, came all the way back up to 52 cents. So that was a nice 10 cents profit opportunity there. Then it dropped back down to 45 cents, and as you can see, it's at 55. So that's another 10 cents gain right there. So, um, you know, but let me get back to what I was looking at. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to get in on MTech, which is MTEK. However, it's just a lot of resistance, a lot of I mean, there's a lot of buyers, but there's also a lot of sellers. So um, let me switch to my screen, y'all, so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Switch to my screen until he comes back. No worries, cuz. No worries. Let's switch over to my screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at right now. All right, perfect. All right, let's go. Let me go back. I'm really watching this one because now it's. So, like, what I'm looking at right now is you guys see all of this at the bottom here, this L2 chart here. I'm looking at a huge wall at $1.90. You know, there's a ton of shares trying to, people are looking to sell at that price, and it's just a really huge wall. So, what I'm trying to see is if it can break that 190, but it's really having a hard time. That's a really big wall. Honestly, it makes me honestly want to like short the stock, honestly, but I'm trying to be nice about it. You know what? Why not? You know what? What is this thing? One sec. Yeah, so you see it's getting rejected. Like I told you, there's a huge wall at $1.90. So yeah, it's rejecting it. So right now it's hit a low of like 173 at least 3 times. So let me see if and this listen if you got in around here, this would have been a beautiful come up. You see that, and even if you was sitting here hanging out, this is still. I mean, I wouldn't have waited this long. I probably would have left here, or maybe I would have left somewhere here. But it's having a really tough time. And as you can see here on the time and sales, green is buy, red is sell. Um, but you see a lot of red going on here. And it's just really slowing down. So it's if it falls below 173, because that's the current support, if it falls below that, we're looking at new lows. So I want to see if they're actually going to try and retest the 190, but I mean, it's not looking good. However, so that's what I'm looking for, guys. I'm looking for if it breaks below 173, or is it going to break the wall of 190? That's going to tell me. I mean, I see a lot of buying support at 175 is holding strong. It's actually looking really strong on the buy side. Question is, do I want to actually let me see something. Make sure my hotkeys are in place. All right, all right, all right. All right, so let me see what's going on here. Support. Now there's a nice wall at 182. So it's definitely holding its support line of, like I said, $1.73 is acting as support. As you can see, it will not go below that 173. In fact, it hit the 173, went up for a nice little ride, and that was opportunity for a nice profit as well. Came back down, and it didn't even hit the 173. To be honest, let me see. I'm trying to get to the lowest low here. We'll just say 173 for the sake of it. And if you look to the right, you'll notice that it never touched that 173 again. It's at 178. It's holding steady. But here we go. Let's see who's going to win the battle. Is it the buyers or is it the sellers? 173 is playing a huge. 173 is a good support, but it seems that it can't pass 180 either. So now 180 is looking like it's the new wall. It doesn't look terrible at 180, but the bigger wall obviously is at 190. So here we go. It's coming. So pay attention to that gray line. You see where the candle is going up and down. Pay attention to that, guys. If it falls below my gray line, it's right now, it's that would indicate that it's a little bearish because 173 was the support. It's 3 cents away from that. Doesn't mean it has to touch it. This can just be like a triple bottom. Oh, moment of truth. Let's see.
SDIO, stocks that probably diagnostic and US cyclodrone acetate compositions can be used as an androgen and to provide female
Here we go.
contraception.
It's playing off of that support now. So you see it's on my gray line. It's playing off of that support. 173 is holding strong, but the question is, here we go. 180 is that wall that it has to break. Remember, I told you guys 180. So it's a fight between 173 and 180, essentially. Oh, there we go. That for me will indicate a bullish trend. Still fighting, but we broke the 180 wall. So now, yeah, it's yep, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Right here, to be honest, at 173. Will it break the 199? There it goes. Here we go. Thank you for playing. I'm good. See me? Collect. And now here we go. It's coming back down. See that? And immediately everyone starts collecting profit because I'm pretty sure a lot of people bought at the 190 and they was waiting for it to do something like that. So to be honest, that's why you got to collect as you go. So now the new support line is looking like 180, but will it hold? Question is, do I want to get back in there? Depends.
I'm back.
Yo, man, yo, man, I was just walking them through a beautiful move on MTech, man. This thing was, the support was at 173. It bounced off of it, 3-4 times. And the new wall became 180. So I'm like, this thing is a fight between the 173 and 180. It's either going to break the 180 or it's going to break below the 173. And once it broke past that 180, straight to 209.
That was sweet, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, now I think this thing wants to go, man. Like,
yeah, it's gonna go, man. I have a good feeling it's gonna go. RMED is reversing as well.
RMED?
Yeah, RMED.
Yeah, this thing, it's looking aggressive. It's above the VWAP. It's looking. It's a beautiful pattern too. Like you can see it. Like you came to the dip, came up. Because now you're seeing higher highs and lower lows. So it went up this high,
Hmm.
came back this low, but it's not as low as what it once was.
As the
Came
last,
back to
yep.
a higher high. It's coming back to a low, but I highly doubt it'll be coming back down to 45 cents. But it is below the VWAP though, but we'll see. Now it's above, it's fighting at the VWAP. RMED. Again, guys,
Yo, it's
we're not telling you to buy anything. This is just watch, learn, ask questions.
and do your own thing. Yep.
We are not telling you what to buy, what to sell, nothing like that. Do your own research. Your own research, trade at your own risk. If you want private sessions, you see it in the description for the video. Just reach out to us via email, and we'll set something up. Let me see. I mean, I'm looking at the time. What time is it? 10:30.
And yeah, do another scan real quick and see what's on the radar.
Like that is
Yeah, that
it's
thing is playing game, man. I don't even trust it anymore.
because it gave you two nice runs, but the
Now
question
it
is
is.
that it? You know, it's a beautiful. Yeah, because by now it's supposed to be curling up because it came back down. So is it gonna push up? That's the question. Uh, I'm liking M-Tech, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, MTech is it still feel like it might be trapping people and stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the big jump and then down again like that. It's almost like you can't really tell what's playing, what's at hand right now, because that pattern should not be that way.
Yeah, you see it? A little snake. It still looks like
Yeah,
it's going downwards, and then it does a huge spike up, and then comes right back.
yeah, it's not doing what I was
Someone
expecting
is
it
like
to.
250 coming soon. Man,
Yeah, I
no
could, I
shit.
could, well, I could see that if you, um, I mean, I see 227, but I don't see 250. It's just switched to 217, 220. I mean, yep, 227. Back to 227. Yeah, I doubt it, man. I don't know. Hmm.
Someone is like 3 plus. I'm like, man, y'all gotta relax with getting these numbers. I have a
Yeah,
feeling
they're
they're
trying
gonna get
to
to the
hype it
40.
up, man. They probably got in at two something, and then now they want people to get in.
Buy the ask and hold. This can rocket small float. It's definitely a small float. It's like
Yeah,
5 million shares, but the way it's playing around, what's the volume on this thing now? It's at 46 million though. Jesus. Where's my TD? Like, where's TD at? No thanks. So it looks like Lemed fell off the top 10 according to this. What's the volume on Lemed? Volume is at 72 million. How? Oh, it's probably because it's on the New York
yeah.
Stock
It's
Exchange. It's on a
we're
different.
just probably gonna have to wait till like lunchtime or something because they don't want that thing to go anywhere at all, man.
Lemed. see it came back down to 48. It's like it's almost funny. It's like they want to make the profit between like 45, 55. Like that's the window. That's the roller coaster
Mhm.
ride. I mean, on the New York Stock Exchange, RMED is by far. Man, Weeble's sending me alerts for what's almost like. Yeah, Weeble got some update to its system because now everything that's on my watch list, if it's
Here we
moving
go.
up,
Micron MU getting a pop here to the high. CNBC says Micron CEO says we have taken action to reduce our inventory. Says Michael Uniform.
the thing about the SPLOC is this thing tell you about any stock.
Yeah,
But
I hear that.
I'm like $55. I'm like, I'm not interested. Maybe next time. This thing is like Roblox is up 10%. I'm like, I know it's on my watch list. Mmm. Mmm. Yeah, Roblox is at 33.90 to open. That thing is at 38.71. Nice little $4 come up.
Yeah, I gotta say it's a good buy because a couple months ago I think I bought it at 115.
Yeah, and I think it dropped to where like
Yeah,
one
it dropped
22.
crazy. Or was it OBLX? If I'm not mistaken, it's the ticker
Yeah,
symbol.
yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Your
I'm
kids
like,
play
yeah, it's too late
Roblox?
to jump on this. I'm not
Your
touching
daughter
this.
play?
Wow, what a beautiful look at this. And it's funny because they keep sending me alerts. They sent me like 10 alerts, and I was like, I'm not interested. Look at that.
That's Roblox.
Yeah, yeah, beautiful.
Your daughter play Roblox?
Yeah, she's on YouTube right now, but she definitely, I've definitely spent some money on Roblox. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, this was a beautiful play right here, but I have no interest in it now for sure.
Yeah, it's curving back down.
See, me from this 33, basically $34, I'd have left right here at 36. Took that. Yeah, I have all the time in the world. Look at this, all the way back up. RMED, where you at? RMED, I already left earlier on the on a nice little return to 55 or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential. Like I could see the pattern. It's definitely just need more buyers to come in.
Yeah,
Is that
no, I
the
did
one with
because
the news for what was the news on that one? The
like the FDA clearance.
FDA clearance, yeah.
Um, yeah. Now, once my wife was bringing down my daughter, I was like, just in case I gotta run, I'm like, I refuse. I won't take my eyes off the screen. I was like, let me just collect here, and I'll find a buyback. And the funny thing is, I'm looking at MTech, and I missed this buyback right here at the 40, whatever, 5 point something, whatever it was at, because it
Hmm.
went right up to the 59. So that was my little entry right here. Well, not there. My entry was at like the 52, 53 cents area because that's where it broke it. The thing went.
Yeah, it's trying to do something here, right there.
That's why I keep
Continue.
watching it. I'm like, it's above VWAP, it's above the EMA now. So, like, what do you want to do? Like, what are you trying to do? See, savages. And someone just sold 5,000 shares.
Yeah, they
Blinking an eye.
just won't let it go.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. On my screen, look at the 52 cents wall that they trying to. Man. And I guess people are like, oh man, 52 cents I can't clear. So some people are settling for less. Hi, baby. Hi. COGT is also moving up. Now, this is actually. Ooh, wow. Yeah, I need to start paying attention to Weeble because on my watch list, it's telling me
There's a
when.
Micron continuing higher now, 55.52
Thank you. I'm
on
not
that
interested in that.
report.
Oh yeah, COGT, man, that's huge.
It's taking steps
Even though
to
it's only 5%, but
shares
Oh,
of
I'll
about
take it. Believe
3.3%
me,
now on
on a
Michael's
$9
uniform.
stock, that 5% means speaks volumes. That's I'll take it. That little 50 cents right there.
yeah, it looks like it's going, man. Yeah, 50 cents on going on there.
Yeah, so we will keep sending me alerts from my watch list. Anything that like goes up, and that's something too I wanted to test out. Like I'm monitoring that. Like if I feel that becomes like a useful thing, because like it's telling me when this is up. I mean, but this is something completely different, guys. This is that's not. I don't even know why I clicked on that. Netflix is having a good time right now, huh? But again, I don't really trade these things. These are more
Well,
look.
I miss on those since Facebook, Netflix, missed out, man, big time.
Well, you had the opportunity to get in there.
Yeah, early too, man. Early,
AMD
man.
also moving now along with Micron, Alpha Michael's Delta, 74.20.
I was in the moment where I wanted to do it. I wanted to trade, but I don't want to. You know, those time where just like you just want a 9 to 5,
Yeah,
you just want a job, and you kept hearing people, you're gonna lose your money.
yeah,
Man,
all that doubt.
Netflix was right there, man. That was my first time created an account just for
Hmm.
Netflix, and I still didn't buy into it, man.
I feel you, bro. Let me see. DraftKings is in. What's up? Hold on. Let me mute my mic. Cause I'm here.
All right, I got you. I
So
got you, bro. It's all
I'm
good.
let me switch back to your scenario and then mute my mic.
Wait, what was that? What is that one on your screen that you just had?
Uh, that's DraftKings, DKNG. That thing is having
KNG.
a nice move right now. It's already up.
Yeah, that's why I asked DKNG. Okay. Oh yeah, that's nice.
We trying, Q. We trying, baby. We trying. So far we up, but you know, the market is being a little stingy, but we taking what we can. Hey guys, my apologies for us being quiet and not on the show. Um, both of our wives, we're in separate houses, of course, but both of our wives have errands that they're running. So we're with the kids. So I'm over here making breakfast for the kids. He's doing the same for my nieces over there and nephew. So that's why we're not here. But he still left this chart here. But what I'm gonna do, because we've been shooting, it's going on 5 hours here. I'm gonna end the show now. And once we're free to come back on, for afternoon trading, we'll go live once again. So thank you for everyone that tuned in. But we're gonna have to cut it a little short today.
And I owe Neo the weekly $22 calls on Neo.
And with that being said, I appreciate everyone that came through. And we'll see you either later today or tomorrow.
149.